Last night we kicked things off here in the monthly finals for the Road to Brawl Cup with South Asia. Now we turn our attention to Southeast Asia, the other part of those sub-regional coin. Coming into it, my name's Lupana, joining me on the mic again, Cthulhu. We're coming into it and we get to see the new revitalized Revenant X-Spark roster play their first match of 2025.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, this roster brings a whole lot of promise, given that they were the ones to pick up the now previously known roster of Coco Loco. And look, there's a few still question marks about how well they will be able to perform, but one thing is for sure, they are coming into this to take the whole bracket to themselves.
But look, it was a bit of a journey to get here, of course. They didn't just walk on in and make it all happen. We are looking at this new format for South Asia, Southeast Asia. They come through the open qualifiers to make it here to our monthly sub-regional finals. We play through a single elim best of 3 bracket for the quarterfinals. Then we head to semifinals, best of 5 there, and then ultimately best of 5 for the grand finals as well. Being single elim, it's a bit brutal. Each of those monthly finals will give you points that you accrue coming in to the Road to Brawl Cup. The top 2 teams from each of those regions, South Asia, Southeast Asia, will get the chance to play through for a spot at the Brawl Cup itself, and from there you have a chance to qualify for the LCQ for second place, or if you take up the whole darn tournament, you could book yourself a spot at Worlds. So there is a lot to play for, especially for these 2 regions who have been so contested, so competitive in Brawl Stars over the last couple of years. So coming into it, because this is the route to international play for these regions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially for regions like Southeast Asia, like South Asia as well. These kind of tournaments are very now crucial, but also allow a lot of the new talent as well to still come on up, go through the whole trial by fire to then be able to showcase their own prowess on the international stage.
Yeah, and it's not just opportunity that they're playing for at the end of the day, of course. Each of these monthly finals does have a cash prize associated with it. First place books themselves $2,250 US. Second, it's a bit of a drop down, it's only $1,250, and then third and fourth both will walk away with $500 each. So essentially, you win your first match, you're in the money. You win your second, you're at least getting $1,250. So there is definitely a very, very big reason to try. Let's get into it. Let's see our teams coming in to the Southeast Asia monthly final for the Road to Brawl Cup. Revenant taking on Pookies first, then we head to Massive Question Mark taking on Penguins, Youngblood take on Vendetta in match 3, and then Watched Esports take on Overdrive in our 4th quarterfinal. Look, there are a couple of teams in here that have been active in the Asia Pacific Brawl Stars community for a while, but there is, at least to me, only one clear favourite on this bracket.
Yeah, look, I mean, Revenant obviously are a pretty potent team here coming into the whole matchup as well. But I also have to highlight the team of the Young Bloods as well here. They're the roster that out of the qualifiers did come in on some of the in the top 4 positions as well, up on the higher positioning as well, and they have potential here. But obviously, yeah, Revenant are still very much of a favorite going into this whole bracket.
I mean, speaking of, let's get into our first match, of course. Revenant taking on Pookies, and up first it is Revenant X-Spark. Yes, they have, well, technically newly acquired the Coco Loco roster, which was X9J in response. Sergeant had joined the roster to play with, but I mean, Sergeant was a part of the Revenant roster last year. So, coming home, I suppose, more than anything, but yes, arguably some of the best players we have seen out of Asia Pacific in the last 18 months. Coco Loco consistently and relentlessly pushed towards the top of those leaderboards without any representation whatsoever to speak of. And Revenant, while they were not a bad team, I definitely think they struggled just in terms of ping restrictions. Yeah, having one of those players in Sergeant coming out and having to play with those issues definitely made it a little bit harder. But their opponents, of course, coming into it, Pookies, Cthulhu, look, Zeus coming out of ANZ might be a bit of a hindrance given the ping difference there.
Yeah, look, for Pookies, this is going to be a bit of a struggle. They struggled during the qualifiers as well. It's only 7th place for themselves, just second to last place to get themselves into the monthly finals as well, or monthly final qualifiers. And yeah, look, it might be a bit of a problem given that it is still quite a far from Australia all the way to the Singaporean circuit. things will be quite difficult. And on top of that, it's obviously the Revenant roster that you're versing right in the very first round of the single elimination bracket.
Yeah, and especially after last year, I can only imagine that Revenant are going to be hungry to get back onto that international stage. Unfortunately, they just sort of fell short towards the tail end of the year and missed out on their opportunity to go overseas. But coming into it, let's have a look at the maps and modes we'll be playing to start off with. It's the same as South Asia, so at least those that were watching last night will be familiar with how things go. Of course, it is going to be Bounty Layer Cake, Ring of Fire, Hot Zone to start off with, and then Bell's Rock Knockout. We only got the one Bell's Rock Knockout by the end of those quarterfinals, so maybe we get a little bit deeper into the map pool this time around.
Yeah, once we did get the ramp up on the action, the quarterfinals were fairly quick on the conclusion. Bell's Rock, being, I believe, from the very first matchup of Weeball versus OK, and even that one felt very sort of shaky here and there, but that was all within South Asia. Southeast Asia is looking to bring in its own spice, and honestly, from the experience with some of the other titles as well, this is the region where, it's a no-holds-barred, really.
Well, let's get into it. Revenant automatically starting off with a Barley, Dynamite, and Lou Bank coming into the layer K. The response, Mr. P, Hank, and Juju, given what we were seeing last night. Not crazy surprising there at all. We saw a lot of the Mr. P play. It's very controlling at the moment, very, very popular. And it's going to be the Ollie to start up for Sergeant. First pick going the way of Revenant, and it's answered back by an RT.
Okay. RT. I rate the RT pick here as well for Layer Cake. It does allow quite a bit of flexibility, and just the overall the damage output as well for RT is actually pretty well solid, all things considered. So I'm quite excited to see how they pair it up. Ollie is one of those brawlers that has seen a fairly consistent pick as well during yesterday's matches, but haven't really got to see much of big impact plays like some of the other brawlers.
Yeah, I mean, looking into the second pick, it's going to be Penny there for Pro Pan. So a lot offered when she is on the table as well. But I mean, yeah, you answer back with a Poco for Revenant, so they've got a little bit more sustain for that. Ollie, in terms of frontline, Penny, a great controller at the moment, and Ash coming out. The little helpers, the Rats, going to be an ever-present threat for Pookies, so they will have to be a little bit cautious of that in terms of positioning, in terms of that bounty as well. I mean, having a Poco backlining for an Ash and an Ollie does make for a very, very scary comp that Pookies will be playing into.
Absolutely. So, yeah. Look, the Ash pick, I'm very much rating this from Revenant. And we did get to see this sort of, I suppose, a double tank sort of lineup for one of the game modes yesterday during the South Asia as well. And look, it proved to be quite potent. Honestly, on the other hand, a Frank pick for Pookies. I rate this choice. Honestly, Zeus should have plenty of utility to, open up the map for the rest of the team. And from there on, look, the map is theirs for the potential take.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit of concern in terms of, yes, you now have Frank as a beefy frontliner, but you're definitely lacking in terms of sustain compared to what Revenant bring.
That is true.
Penny at least should enable some of what they're trying to do with this Frank combo, just because the amount of damage that she's able to output as well. I don't know. Look, I think RT as well backs him up with a little damage. I think definitely Revenant struggle a little bit with range, and as we jump into it, Layer Cake, Bounty, Revenant, X Spark taking to the battlefield for their debut match under the brand. Let's play, obviously, Sergeant coming back to rep the Revenant colours that he's going to be in. Gets that blue star nice and early. This Ollie getting some priority around the map, but it's Propane looking for a flank.
Oh boy, yeah, already straight off the bat, Jay does get shut down, so is Sergeant. So for now, for Revenant, is actually not the best start to the whole matchup, but look, they're not too far from it. We're still having a pretty proactive run, all things considered, and Pookies are actually beginning their run pretty well. Zeus, though, needs to be very careful as the Sergeant shows that he can catch up with the opponent pretty quickly.
Yeah, there you go. The hypercharge cannon is going to be out, just spewing explosives around the map. But Sergeant finds Zeus on the back line. They will have to clear back just a little bit. Zom as well does have the super. In fact, all three supers up for Pookies here if they want to look for some sort of collapse play. Revenant, they stem the bleeding. Propane, super goes out onto response, but the healing is just too great. The little helpers right circling the Frank poorly. unfortunately just overextended, baited out, and will be cleaned up. Now Revenant, after what was a bit of a rough start, it gives them the momentum that they need to come back in, and they have themselves a 3-star lead. Propan sprinting on up, the hypercharge goes out, but no, he's hypnotized, and he's missed an opportunity there. That is very rough.
Yeah, definitely quite an unfortunate turnaround here. Attempt to use as well the super to try to get some sort of a stun just to find the opening. But yeah, the moment that they did manage to get the frag onto Zeus initially to catch up on the points, this is where that opening was left wide open for Revenant to really catch up, take over, and yeah, control the scoreline.
I mean, Protective Team's coming out there as well. They're just playing this phenomenal help us out again. They have really just backed this Pookies roster. I mean, they baited them to overextension. They then collapsed in a pretty significant way, and yeah, like 16-7, despite the fact they got turned on pretty hard. They answered very well. I mean, this is exactly what we expected out of the Revenant roster. These guys are easily one of the best teams outside of those in East Asia that are currently playing Brawl Stars in Asia Pacific right now.
Absolutely. So yeah, they're doing absolutely phenomenal for themselves, and that turnaround later on in the matchup certainly showed, you know, their versatility, their ability to really push the play straight from the get-go. Yeah,
I mean, look, maybe there could be a bit of shenanigans going on for Revenant, given that they would likely be aware of how much of an outclass this probably is going to be, so they may be a little bit trolling, but for the most part, they're a team that at the flick of a switch can just turn that momentum and suddenly they're steamrolling. And you can see response from the back lines coming in big, jump in from the Olia Sergeant, and they just mop up Propan. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of trolling happened in the first game. Now in the second round of the game, they are definitely firing all cylinders. They want to shut this one out quickly. They are not going to do much. They do drop response, but much of a muchness realistically.
Yeah, still plenty of the advantage. 3 stars advantage here will mean that to catch up for Pookies, they will need to get at least a double kill here for the time being, unless one of the Revenant players do go up in the bounty. And well, in fact, it's a 12-6 now, half of that now scoreline, and well, the potential to catch up now has become that much more impossible for Pookies, considering how much Revenant been able to control the pacing of the battles and just bait things in.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is exactly the way it was always going to go. Revenant do a little bit of trolling to start the game off. They then just win it outright. They take the second round even cleaner still. I mean, you're looking at response 7-1 come the end of that, and by the end of that first map, he's 12 kills deep. Poor X9J, he's playing support here. Not actually, but when you've got response taking all the kills, there's only so much you can do. I mean, Sergeant almost single-handedly out kills the enemy team there. I think he had 3, the other team had 4 collectively, if my numbers were correct. So, yeah, look, a pretty brutally one-sided affair to close it out. I think if I'm being realistic, and Twitch chat is also probably being a bit realistic, they know as well as I do that this should be a nice, easy ring of fire. The hot zone should be a clean sweep, and it should be Revenant booking themselves a spot in that semi-final.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I'm pretty certain that Belzerock will have to wait there in the back burner for just a bit longer, given just how swift that first map was. And yeah, like you said, Ring of Fire already previously was shown to us how dominant things can be. I mean, remembering what the Blinks game, that was what, like 100 to 4, something similar across those lines. It was pretty intense yesterday, and yeah, seeing as how Revenant are performing here, yeah, Pookies are in for a bit of a rough turnaround here, I feel.
Yeah, going into it, Revenant, I mean, realistically, pull out pretty much anything they want and find success with it, barring some, like a couple of brawlers which would just be outright ints. They don't have a lot of play at the moment, even in your casual scene. So we'll see. Do they continue to have a little bit of fun with it? I think realistically the biggest challenge won't manifest itself until we sort of hit that semi-finals, grand finals territory. And given that we saw Barley Dynamite being banned out from the first B, Griff, Mr. P. Oh, look, okay, so slightly more serious bans there coming out, at least for the Mr. P, at least. But yeah, Poco comes out again. Yeah, look, this could be shenanigans.
Oh yeah, shenanigans are certainly going to be ensued here. Poco did already show that he is a very staple sort of pick for Revenant, and for all the right reasons. I mean, the ability to reinforce quite a lot of the comp setups is absolutely solid. So I mean, there shouldn't be any problem whatsoever with how they want to build up their roster. On the response here, though, look, a Rico pick be a bad idea. I'm looking again at the Lu pick. Sorry, I slightly got lost there for a sec. The Lu pick wouldn't be a bad idea, but maybe a little bit more heftiness will be really needed for the Pookies to try to maybe break through some of the setups that Revenant are bringing in now that they are introducing Stu and Melody as well.
Yeah, look, okay, so what's going to happen is here, they're going to get a bit of chip damage out, and then all of a sudden you're going to have Stu and Melody collapsing on Pookies, and they're going to die. Realistically, I think it's the game plan here for Revenant. It's not any deeper than that. But in response, I mean, Rico, look, it offers a bit of poke damage. He is actually going to, if he lands shots, connect and chip very easily through the Revenant health pools, given how fragile they are for the most part. But okay, Buster and Lou. So if they do find catch on someone, there is a very real chance that Pookies can capitalize and find the follow-ups and secure the kills. But in saying that, those opportunities are going to be few and far between when all of a sudden you have Melody and Stu diving on your entire team and killing them. So
yeah, the Melody and Stu are going to be a deadly lineup to really try to get through. So I have to wait and find out how Pookies will be able to handle this sort of pressure, if there is going to be any sort of ability to even handle that. Because look, it's still, no matter how you look at it, it's going to be a flurry of damage, and they will need to be very cautious and be mindful about their positioning as well amidst all this chaos.
Absolutely. So yeah, look, I think there is a point where you hit critical mass, then Revenant collapse, and then it's pretty much game over. Sergeant, he's looking for the connection, but Zeus coming in from the side. Speed zone there was to get his speed up. Okay, so it looks like maybe just maybe, there is going to be some shenanigans ensuing. They're going to do much what they did in the first one, and yeah, Sergeant's going to just jump straight to the enemy team. Lou drops the super, but dies for it anyway. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is shenanigans. Just jump, cross the map, kill, jump back.
Yep. Not a single bit of remorse either here. Straight off the bat already 32 and counting % on the capture, and yeah, with Zeus falling, that's another one that bites the dust. Zomb falls, it's Zeus back on in, trying to stem the bleed, but solo pushing into a trio of grizzled veterans of Brawl Stars is not something that you, well, that would be quite advisable. Finally, Propan does get the better of Sergeant, but the damage has been already dealt. It's 71 and ticking against the 10% that Pookies managed to get at the very beginning of this brawl.
Yeah, stemming the bleeding in this situation is like trying to put a band-aid on an amputated leg. Unfortunately, you're not going to be stopping much. The best you can do is hold on tight and pray, and unfortunately for Pookies, that's going to be the first round of the Hot Zone done and dusted, 100-17, and in a match which largely consisted of 2 of the 3 players in the team dashing around the map like madmen.
Yeah, that's arguably the best way to really describe this. Yeah, the dash galore from Revenant, certainly explaining the ability to just keep on being an absolute nuisance to really deal with, and Pookies, well, on the just general draft pick, things already looked very bleak.
I mean, the crazy thing is, this isn't to discredit. I'm not saying that they're a bad team. Unfortunately, they just happened to draw Revenant in their first round of the bracket. And also, Zeus, from what I understand, is an Australian player, so he's also playing on ping. It was always going to be a very rough match. Unfortunately, we are... look, I would argue not even technically seeing how tough this is, because it is just, again, Revenant, it's just brutality, honestly. This is a slaughter. Revenant Expert. I mean, look, Revenant Expert coming in to start the day, start the tournament with a statement, and they are making a statement indeed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a very strong one whilst at it as well, given that, well, it's a challenge to anyone else to try to beat them basically in this sort of match. And look, things are looking quite rather dangerous. Funnily enough, by the way, Pookies are having arguably the worst luck, because I just looked back at the story during the qualifiers. It was against them that Revenant Spark played in the qualifiers, and somehow Pookies did manage to get themselves 1 point before falling in a 3-1 scoreline. So, look, two times in a row is quite rather unfortunate for that roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, Revenant do it pretty cleanly, pretty quickly. So they book themselves a semi-final spot. They are already in the money. In fact, the fastest run to semi-final qualifiership that we've seen between South Asia and Southeast Asia.
Yep. Crisp, clean, a sub 20 minutes, all things considered, is a pretty good turnaround, I have to say, for Revenant. And look, understandably so, they are quite a big powerhouse team now. From here onwards, it is up to basically who will be able to really contest with them, because even in the semifinals, I feel like between Massive and Penguins, I'm not even too sure who will really come out the victor, and even then, between those two, it doesn't look too favorable for them either.
What, you're saying the all New Zealand team versus, so the all ANZ team versus the all ANZ team is gonna make for an interesting matchup. Yeah, so whoever Revenant plays is going to be suffering the hardships of Ping regardless.
Oh, yeah.
So it is an all ANZ matchup in this next quarterfinal. But look, at least this one should definitely be a little bit closer. Up first, of course, it is Massive. Question mark coming in, Larky, K Brawl, and Nita Feet. To be fair, I mean, this team coming into it, K and Lark, pretty active members of the Brawl Stars community out of ANZ. They've been playing very, very frequently over the last couple of years. They made it through, I believe we saw Larky and K as well in the Asia Pacific tour last year. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a rough run, again, due to the fact that they were being, playing on Ping in a rather rough spot. But coming into this matchup, one of them is going to at least make it through and get themselves into that top 4 position and walk away with at least something.
Absolutely so. And yeah, in regards to their opponents, Penguins, a roster that had a pretty interesting run, all things considered. I say that though, Penguins did just miss out on the top 4 position in the qualifiers, 5th place for them. And it's a roster that, yes, they have Semaj that played around in a few of the competitions across the whole 23 and 24, but unfortunately 2024 was a fairly quiet time for the player, whereas it was the 23 where he got to shine in the ANZ Cups and such to really try to show himself off. But otherwise, yeah, look, my money here, I'll probably put it on the Massive.
I mean, look, the one benefit I suppose we can really, talk about is the fact that there is going to be an ANZ team guaranteed top 4 in this tournament for Brawl Stars. So, I mean, looking at it, we know where we're going to be heading. So, at least there is that level of security. We know it's going to be the Layer Cake Bounty to start off with. Then we go to Ring of Fire. I don't think realistically between these two teams there is a very decent chance that we do see the Bells Rock coming out, and so we will get the third map coming through. But again, I'm intrigued to see technically what the ANZ meta would be, because it's not something that you probably get to talk about all that often, given that for the most part, Brawl Stars in Asia Pacific was played on the Singaporean servers last year.
That is true, yeah. A good opportunity for us to get a peek into how the Oceania plays Brawl Stars and how different things may be. We already got to see a few variations, double tank combos. We got to see a few attempts at the sharpshooters as well, but unfortunately within the South Asia, that was for the most of it very much of a flop, and Piper wasn't really able to make much of a statement outside of a choice few games. So yeah, look, I'm excited. I'm curious to see how ANZ really plays their game differently, and whether it's maybe a little bit closer to the global meta rather than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting insight into at least how our small part of the world does trying to take the competitive battlefield with Brawl Stars. It's not one that gets showcased all that often. I mean, you look at it, I'm already seeing a pretty distinct advantage here right now in terms of facial hair. We, Nita has a pretty gnarly mo going on. That's going to be a huge boon to the Australian lad. Look, you can't take it away from him. The only thing that he V and a chunky steak pie, and then he'd just be, yeah, that is the full Australian buff across the board.
Yeah, the full Australian buff will be quite strong, as you know, the proper Australian mode gives you the reduction in the ping as well, so there's a whole plethora of benefits there. But look, for the very first map of Layer Cake, I'm curious to see maybe something like a Dynamite pick, maybe even, you know, cheeky Sprout that we got to peek at a couple times just to, you know, exploit the walls to attack indirectly. Look, I've mentioned this before, that Piper comps didn't particularly work out. Maybe this is where we'll get to really see her shine, but otherwise, yeah, things are pretty open in terms of how do both teams want to interpret that.
Mate, get off the DMs, get back on the game. You've got stuff to be doing. They're just getting distracted. That might be a bit of a detriment here to Massive. But on the whole, Scarge definitely looks like he's getting himself warmed up. He's sitting there tapping away at his screen, wants to get himself nice and ready for this inevitable brawl. He wants that top 4 for himself. In the grand scheme of things, it's going to be a tough road ahead, because you then have to take on Revenants off the back of this win. So you might as well enjoy it while you can, given that the future not looking all that bright. Maybe, who knows? Maybe there is a world where Revenant fall to an Australia-New Zealand team in the second round of the single elimination tournament.
Yeah, that would be one hell of a trick to really pull off, I'll be honest. But I'm all for it. I'm all keen for some cheeky upset stories here to come on through. So look, quite possibly. I am curious to figure out how Massive really
he's got the tablet going. Yeah. He's playing on serious mode. None of this small resolution nonsense. He's going to be ripping it. Absolutely.
Ready to rumble.
Yeah. Oh, look, Meta, he's fueling for the fight to come as well. Making sure he gets that protein in. As we jump into it, the pick bans have started. Kit, Hank, and Juju banned out. It's going to be Ash, Ollie, and Miko banned out from Penguins, which does leave, you'd almost argue their namesake, Mr. P, open.
Yeah, Mr. P was a pretty impactful brawler just before in yesterday's matches, and whenever he was able to slip by the ban phase, that was borderline an insta pick, and understandably so. That brawler can dish out quite a fair bit of damage and stand up for himself for quite a fair bit of time. So I'm thinking, what else can we bring in for this? Maybe even potentially, maybe even a Gray to support the damage output on this one.
Potentially, I don't know if necessarily the APAC or South Asia Grey now, I suppose it is, after yesterday, extends down into ANZ. We'll have to see. I suppose given that the ping similarities might enable the Grey on the whole going into Layer Cake, given that they are playing on the current patch, there is a lot that would be up for grabs in terms of priority. Look, it's hard to say given that obviously ANZ doesn't get a lot of the limelight when it comes to Brawl Stars.
Actually, what if there's going to be a Brock pick as well for Penguins on top of Mr. P?
I mean, to be fair, again,
how would you feel about that one?
I couldn't quite tell you, honestly. There is any number of things that could come out here that wouldn't surprise me from an ANZ team. I did say shenanigans abound, and we're better than shenanigans to happen than for it to be Australia. Pearl's going to come out as well, which has been, I wouldn't say a staple, but frequent enough that it is a common pick, I would argue, in this competition so far.
Yeah, Pearl has been actually pretty solid. In the right hands, we got to see Pearl really shine quite thoroughly. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that will really gel alongside Mr. P. Now the question being is how are they going to round it out? Whether it's going to be some sort of a support pick, something like a Poco, or maybe even a cheeky Ruffs pick as well, which again, mind you, like you've highlighted before, we did get to see only the South Asia iteration of the Ruffs pick. So look, opportunities galore.
There is potential.
There
is potential. I think there's potential to pretty much do anything. For an ANZ versus ANZ matchup, there could be an argument made that you just go straight for comfort picks rather than necessarily outright leaning into that meta too heavily. And yeah, we are just having a little bit of an issue with the, the draft graphic, but we are still waiting to get confirmation on what Massive have picked. So look, it's going to be a surprise for us just as much as it is a surprise for you guys.
A bit of a surprise to just get ourselves right into it, hopefully soon as well. But yeah, no, there's definitely quite a lot of possibilities, endless ones, whilst at it, to really pull out some of the more maybe even outrageous plays. Something tells me that maybe even I will.
Oh, okay.
What do we get?
So the Gene is rounding out the Pearl and the Mr. P. Carl, Sprout, and Berry is the response there from Massive.
Okay.
And well,
Sprout, I'm all down for that.
Yeah, the Carl.
I'd love to see some.
I think the Gene is
plays.
going to be a pretty massive pick as well. If they can find the track and they get the super off, it becomes very, very hard for Massive to find much of anything. But Penguins do have the berries, so they've got the sustain in built, and we saw that aggressive berry coming in yesterday with the Sugar Swell. If you can find the opening, get some damage out, it becomes a real problem and can absolutely obliterate. But yes, also you've got to worry about the Mr. P up that left lane. Is just going to be a nuisance trying to deal with K, who's stuck in behind those walls.
Sadly so. In the meantime, just a few attempts at the pokes. Not really much of the opener in terms of which lane to push, and really just more so a play around the walls. The ability from Sprout to just keep on just pumping out a bit more damage here and just, locking down the flank routes. Meaning that for Penguins, they will potentially need to go for a bit of a Hail Mary because Massive are still just playing their cards. They have that extra, the blue star, for themselves, so but even if the timer does run out and it's just 1 point, that is they're still playing with the time and they can be at the advantage here.
Yeah, just having that tiebreaker advantage from Massive. Obviously that's the main reason all the teams do bring the colours, to be able to fly and walk in, steal that, get away pretty much for free for the most part. And you can see Cosmic is trying to make a push up that right-hand lane, but he's going to be denied the Sprout. Great at that with the super up and available, has the hyper charge as well. Super's up for K and the Carl need a peek. Can he find some traction here? Yeah, he's going to fly and hook just to join up with the rest of his team. So they are just tucked in, knowing full well that they've got the advantage of the clock. They can just burn this one away. And Legend falls the Gene down. And the Sprout cut off as well, just makes it very hard. Cosmic trying to make something happen, and it's the spin to win. The Beyblade duo just backs themselves out, and even the emotes, the bad ping emotes coming out.
Yeah, Cosmic's understandably will be quite frustrated about how that thing, how that whole round really came on through. But yeah, Massive managed to just play the time. They sat nice and comfortable there, and then even at the end, the Sprout kill did manage to just put a bit more of a, I guess, a salt in the wound there, but...
Well, we'll see.
Certainly.
Into it. They need a feed. He's on the job. Look at it. Great.
Back
Great
at
blue
it.
star steal. Gets himself in with a grin and back out again. I mean, yeah, K taking some aggressive positioning up behind that indestructible wall on the left-hand side, just trying to create a bit of space, give Deal the time to regen up that HP as he needs. But again, it's a berry. You've got sustain built into your kit. They have swapped the lanes there for Scourge and the Pearl on Cosmic, so yeah, look, battling Ping, battling your own demons and battling fellow Australians. It's a rough gig for the Penguins team at the moment.
Yeah, certainly frustrations keep on mounting. Only one projectile away from dying as well, and for one of the Penguins players that was looking quite rather painful for Scourge. But as it stands, yeah, perfect position control really, and from Massive, they fully understanding what they need to do, how they need to really play it out. They don't have to overextend. The moment they secure that blue star is where it's a pretty comfortable life, and they don't really have to worry about anything really for that matter. 48 seconds to go. It feels like we are going to see a very similar fate to the conclusion of the layer cake as it was in round number 1. So
Hypercharge out
might be difficult.
There is still an avenue there where the Hotel Helpers can get themselves through, and I believe, yeah, Legend should be able to just tuck himself through if he wants to. Just think skinny thoughts and just tuck on past. But 25 seconds, they're going to have to force the issue, but you're looking at Hypercharge up for need of feet, and K as well. the legend, the super there for legend if they want to try and make something. They are just toying around the prospect of just committing to a fight. Sprout super out, and so does the pickaxe go flying with 7 seconds. Cosmic needs to try and make a play, but the jump on and spin to win. Beyblade duo goes on. They even find a kill on the Scarge to end it. That is very rough, unfortunately. And Layer Cake is going to go over to Massive, question mark.
Yeah, pretty straightforward run on the Layer Cake for Massive. You can see even with the grins there, it's sort of just, look, just had to play our game. Not really worried about much anything else. But, otherwise, Ring of Fire coming up along, and with the way how Massive are able to control their pacing is, it makes quite a statement of its own, really. Just the fact that they know how to play their cards. They know which matches, which fights to take, which ones they can back out of. Now the problem being here is that obviously with a Ring of Fire, with Hot Zone as a game mode itself, you can't really play that passively, so you need to be a bit more proactive. You need to go and contest that centralized Hot Zone, and with that minimal cover comes the question of, well, how do you really tackle it? The answer for the most of it has been is just the overwhelming damage output.
Yeah, I don't know, going into the draft, I think Massive definitely had a game plan and what they wanted to do. They played the draft very, very well. Look, it was the Carl gets in, gets the blue star, play passively. You've got a berry for sustain. You've got all the tools that you could possibly want to try and deny, and they just slow it down, play their game, and from there, it was just a matter of wait for them to collapse, dish out the punishment. You got the Sprout who can lock off some of those lanes and make the engage as hard as possible. Penguins were really up against the wall there.
Oh yeah, Penguins were very much not even up against the wall. They were on the wall as well, driven so far away that it's just, it's a rough moment to consider for them. From there on out, look, we stare at a bit of a frustrating sort of situation here for Penguins, given that this is a BO3 for a single elimination. So just one more game mode. If they lose that one, that's it. Their run is done. Not much to really say about that part either.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we follow the same pacing as game one, we are likely going to see 2 very, very quick quarterfinal matches played out here. So if Penguins want a chance back in, they definitely need to draft something that will enable them a little bit more. It definitely felt like there was a little bit passive there from what they were trying to do. I mean, Mr. P great at punishing Pearl, much the same with the Gene. Never do they really find an opportunity to get the Gene pull off. If they had, maybe there was a play to be made, but the draft out of Massive was just so well kitted to deny a lot of that engage. They had the disengage from the Berry and the Cull, who once those supers up and available, they just completely get the heck out of dodge. Whereas for the Sprout, you can deny a lot of that engage in the first place with your supers. So yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if Penguins can draft a little bit cleaner, a little bit more proactive, I think there is definitely room for them to take us to a third map. But Massive just looking like they've got this absolutely locked down.
Yeah, quite a convincing so far performance back on the Layer Cake, and for the Ring of Fire, I think now that the Penguins got the understanding of sort of what they're dealing with and who they're dealing with, I think they should have a bit more of a firmer understanding going into the bans, what they need to get rid of, what they need to really pick, and from there on play out their time. Because I mean, we could see that they wanted to get quite proactive about what sort of play they wanted to make. It's just unfortunately for them, it was a problem more so in terms of just not really finding the right opportunity. So I think Ring of Fire should present a whole lot more of such, and from there, well, the sky's the limit.
Absolutely. I think realistically, Massive should have this in the bag. I would be very surprised if they did get taken to Game 3. They looked, of the 2 teams, a lot cleaner. They played to their win condition a lot more successfully. I don't think it was a bad draft by any stretch of the imagination out of Penguins. It's just, look, Massive played their win condition a lot better, which was get the blue star, wait for Penguins to force the issue, and then when they do, punish them as heavily as you possibly can. So, Going in Ring of Fire, I think there's a very real possibility we see much the same. We go into it, the ban phase, it's going to be Lu, Carl, and Juju banned. Oh, sorry, Penny, not Juju. Penny banned out by Massive, and it's Mr. P, Barry, and Lu. So two very, very impactful picks banned out, and I think very a respect ban for sure against Massive.
Yeah. Well, with Barry out of the equation, it's quite understandable why Barry is gone. Penguins do not want to deal with that in any capacity either. Lou and Mr. P gone on top of that. So look, for Massive, they still have quite a wide variety of, well, potential to really bring on out here for the roster lineup. I mean, we got to see from South Asia a very awesome use of Dynamite as well. So another thrower would be quite potent here. Juju as well would be an awesome pick. For Massive. On top of that, I mean, bring out one of the tanks as well, just to soak up some of the damage before you dive in. So wouldn't be a bad shout. But B pick for Scarge is actually I rate that.
Alright, so once again, unfortunately, yeah, Massive picks are just a little bit bugged. They're just too good. They're too powerful, whatever it is, they're messing with the system. But yeah, B comes out for Penguins. We will let you know what Massive do pick up as we go, of course. I mean, the B, not terrible. We saw it yesterday, not so much effect, unfortunately. There's just, I think, too many answers to her at the moment. You are going to struggle to find a lot of traction, I think, with this brawler at the moment. So you're likely looking for a bit of setup. She's probably going to be a damage support, more just playing in the back lines, letting someone frontline and then assisting along the way as they're in the thick of it. And the Janet comes out as well, so yeah, a little bit like that. But Byron apparently is first pick that we are seeing coming out of Massive, which I mean was an absolute staple at Asia Pacific last year.
Yeah, with Byron, I'm actually quite keen to see how he will actually play out, given that it's a brawler that we didn't really get to see, at least yesterday, to be brought on out by the South Asia. So, look, quite a potent opportunity here to utilize him, and with a pretty solid damage output and a pretty consistent healing to the allies. I'd say he could be a pretty solid addition.
And the Juju as well, it seems, coming out for Massive, which again,
there we go.
I rate very much at the moment. She's looking very, very strong, has a huge amount of versatility, does offer teams a lot in the Brawl Stars meta at the moment. And that Greeter as well, you get the super up. It can be an absolute problem for the back line if you land in the right position. Not to mention, if she's running Elementalist in that gadget spot, just being able to dart around with the invisibility, all of a sudden you've got Juju on your flank, even in behind you on the team. So yeah, it is going to have to be a very real concern that Penguins might just have someone that is not on their team standing behind them and sending damage out their way. I don't know necessarily what Penguins do to round this comp out though, because they've got damage. They don't necessarily have frontline. You either need to triple down, I suppose, get even more damage going and look to just clear out the objective that way, or you get something that can get close, can jump in onto the zone repeatedly off spawn for a little bit of safety. Oh boy, suddenly this B Janet becomes a little bit problematic, because that tower, the turret, the Scrappy, once it comes online for the Jessie, is just going to make this a very, very tough place to be.
Yeah, a good amount of control as well to come on out from Jessie will mean that, yeah, look, from here on out, you have the thrower, you have the controller. From here on, well, maybe something like a tank pick wouldn't be a bad choice, but yet the Kenji pick for Penguins, I rate that. Look, a bit more mobility wouldn't harm at all here, I reckon.
Yeah, so Byron, Juju, and Jessie is going to be a tough comp to deal with, just because, one, there's a lot of sustain coming out of it, but like the Kenji B coming out, I don't think is the worst situation. The Janet as well. So it gives you, I think realistically, the Kenji is just going to go in, do a lot of damage, die, and then on spawn just dash back up the map to try and get back onto the zone as quickly as possible, looking for that flank to set things up. So I think in the grand scheme of things, yes, I'd go with Massive. Definitely have the stronger of the two drafts once again, but there is definitely potential for the chaos to kick off here for Penguins, and they could find an explosive round, if not map.
Certainly so. Already straight off the bat, we do get to see Massive trying to get a few pokes in on a round, and in comes the invis. Yeah, Sneaky play from Juju, and well, certainly so. Cosmics, unfortunately, without any backup, will be feeling very exposed there.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is kind of what Penguins want. They just want Cosmics to be playing off spawn, dash into the zone, get some time up, look to do as much damage as possible. Because he just has that mobility off spawn, as soon as he's back up, he's walking towards that objective, trying to get that time on. Great damage coming out, though, from Legend and Scourge. They find themselves an opening, but all this time, K is sitting on the objective as the Byron should. The good zone Byron, as any good Byron should be doing. They've got supers up and available if they can isolate Scourge here. If the Byron super does connect, and he does big damage out with the assist from this Scrappy. And then we start hitting up Cosmic's Jarred as he ends off on the objective. And again, once again, Massive have drafted phenomenally, and their draft is doing exactly what it should be doing.
Oh yeah, a lot of ground control, a lot of damage output as well, and even in a few of the occasions that there was a supposed 1v1 from a couple of the brawlers, like it wasn't really sweated too much. A trade does come on up between Scourge and Larky, so at least that's one good thing, and Cosmics did manage to get through into the back lines, but as it stands, the capture still continues going on. 72-9 is already a rough scoreline as is, but maybe a Janet super will come on through to help a bit more here.
Look, it did something. Not much, but something. 91% to 9. Massive have just played this comp very well. Cosmic it was always going to be a rough match for Kenji, just because of the sheer amount of kite, the sheer amount of damage coming out of Massive's draft. Which, look, I mean, to be fair, you can see smile, laughs all coming out from Nita. Yeah, look, that's unfortunately why we are having the API issue. You can't play Brawl Stars, have a face cam, and feed through picks with Australian NBN. It's a bit of a struggle, honestly. So they had to unplug one to make sure the other worked. And as we jump into it, the second round of the Hot Zone, Massive are one more round away from booking themselves a spot in the semi-finals and getting themselves in the money.
Exactly. So, once again, initial first few taps do go the way of Massive as they just tickling at the opportunity here. Cosmics once again wants to go in for the brawl right on middle. Need a fit does get eliminated, but amidst that as well, Cosmics does get pushed off. That still opens up the opportunity for Penguins to get some momentum going, but not for long. Overall, yeah, things are looking a little bit unfortunate here, given that, well, Juju is back there as well. Legend X is not looking long for the world either, and, yep, Massive back into the control.
Yeah, I mean, those ping issues are really a bit of a struggle point, especially for the Australian teams. The one benefit being that they're not the only ones struggling with the ping. Their opponents are struggling just as much coming into it. But Massive, they do get pushed off the objective. Penguins, in fact, have gone above and beyond what they were able to achieve in the first round of the Hot Zone. They've gotten 15% progress on the objective for now. Scourge in the back lines, but you've got a Juju there. The Grigri goes down, so it is going to zone her off completely. Cosmics tries to jump in, but he takes almost his entire health bar, courtesy of the Scrappy. Just completely zoning off, and yeah, emotes out, Larky doing some hard yards for the team at the moment. Cosmics, yeah, he's really struggling, just in terms of the ping delay and those dashes. It's just a little bit off the money. You can see it there, very well showcased. And they've switched positions, but with 94%, now it's just going to be the final tick over. Massive question mark. I'm going to do it in two, just like Revenant, as they book themselves that semi-final spot. They are in the money. Unfortunately, the next opponents are going to be infinitely tougher to take down than Penguins were.
Certainly so, yeah. Quite an unfortunate turnaround here for Penguins, but a pretty swift conclusion. They still managed to showcase us some few opportunities here and there, but yeah, just things did not pan out as much as they wanted it. 2-0 so far to advance Massive against Revenant, like you highlighted, Panda, and that one is going to be a rough one. Now, on the other hand, though, the remaining two matches of the quarterfinal, the Youngblood versus Vendetta, is the next one that I'm actually quite stoked about, just to see how Youngblood will be able to perform as well.
But yeah, coming up after the break, it is quarterfinal number 3. We'll jump down to the lower side of the bracket when we come back. We'll see you then. 2 matches done, 2 teams sent home. Unfortunately, it is time to send a third home. We head to our third quarterfinal of the evening, of course. It is Youngblood taking on Vendetta. It is a Singaporean team coming out of Vendetta as well. There is potential for some shenanigans, of course, once again. Troy coming out for that Youngblood team as well. Have had a decent amount of experience, again, in that Southeast Asia part of the Brawl Stars community. And as we have a look at this team, of course, Prime, Minji, and Vix. Oh, sorry, no, okay, so it's the different team. I was told they'd rebranded to a different one. No, this is Fuzzies coming into it. Prime, Vex, and Minji coming in for this team. So what was one of the core members of Revenant coming in is now looking to make a mark, strike out on his own, as it were, and a former member of Coco Loco in Hiroshi, I believe. Maybe they must be playing with someone else here, but obviously that's who they did play with in the qualifier at least. And of course their opponents, Vendetta, coming into it. This team, look, again, out of Singapore, so they won't have to struggle so much, but Kawaii, Luminator, and Darkfire are going to be looking to do some damage here if they find that opening. In the best of 3, into single Elim, this is that prime time to snipe away those spots, because that is where the worst upsets do happen.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking back at the Youngblood roster as well, you were quite correct in saying Hiroshi was part of that original Coco Loco roster as well. So there's a few opportunities here that Youngblood will come into this, being the favorites really of the whole matchup. And from there on out, look, I feel like, the sky is the limit really here, because we're already seeing pretty accelerated layer cakes already. We've seen a pretty accelerated one-sided Ring of Fire. And I mean, Bell's Rock still very much feels like a unreachable destination, at least for the time being.
Yeah, that is definitely how it's feeling at the moment. We seem to just be doing everything we can to avoid going there for the most part. We'll have to see as we go into this matchup between the two. You'd favour Youngblood coming in, given how potent this roster looks. I mean, Coco Loco, we're just absolute monsters coming into the competitive scene for Asia Pacific last year. If I remember correctly, they were the ones to do. I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. I think Angelic was the ones to deny them from qualification, if I remember correctly, coming into the very, very tail end. So, I mean, yeah, they were literally what separated Coco Loco from going international. It was purely down to Angelic. So, coming into it, I'm sure that Prime has something to prove coming into this tournament.
Oh, yeah. Prime will definitely look to really put himself back on the international stage as well. Cool to see that, on the side of Vendetta, though, there is plenty amount of the support coming on in for the players. And so we should be getting some good potential, even, ideas for the draft. Both Kawaii and Luminator playing together in the singular room, so maybe even the coordination will be quite on point as well. So I'm honestly keen to see where this will really come on through.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be perfectly honest, I haven't been able to find out much about this Vendetta roster. I'm excited to see just what they're capable of. They look like they look fairly serious, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do come out with some real heat, some real intensity. I would necessarily, I mean, look, to be fair, it looks like there's coaching stuff. So, that better, it's just, mate's over, I'm playing some Brawl Stars, just chill back, have some fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. Honestly, I'm keen to see how that will really come on through, but as we just been told, there is a bit of a delay in the works, but we are going to return back after a bit of a break, so don't go too far away, and we shall see you soon.
back. We are looking to get into that third quarterfinal of the evening, and yeah, look, there is a big matchup brewing. I've been looking. I'm trying to figure out who these Vendetta guys are. They look like they're serious business. They look like there potentially is some support staff standing in there behind them. The young bloods coming in realistically should be favoured. They are, again, a team that has some insane history, some insane experience coming out of the Asia Pacific competitive scene, Southeast Asia in particular. I mean, you're looking at teams like Coco Loco for the most part, Team Flash as well for Hiroshi. I don't think this is Hiroshi playing, so it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I mean, even Vex has had competitive experience out of Singapore as well, playing under it was Octopus Primes. So, look, this is a team that has been highly active, highly keen, highly competitive, and could potentially do a lot of work here. But yeah, again, this could be Kawhi could just have a mate sitting there watching over his shoulder. But it could also be that these guys are coming in, they've got support staff, they've got coaches, they've got analysts, and are looking to make a deep cut here in Southeast Asia.
Absolutely. Look, if that is the case, though, Vendetta have quite a potential on their hands to really, put in quite the work, quite the pain as well onto their opponents. So I'm looking at this. There's plenty of potential to bring in the destruction of Youngblood, but Youngblood as well, despite the fact that Vendetta may have some support staff as well, vouching for them and helping them with their play. There's still a plethora of ways how both teams could really show us some absolutely top-notch level of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exciting. And there we go, into the draft. Lou, Juju, Hank banned out. And in fact, Hank cops a ban from both teams. Poco and Ash banned out by Vendetta. It's Ollie getting picked up for Darkfire to start things off.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Poco as well is copping a bit of a ban there, which isn't usually a frequent appearance on, at least in a ban phase, within so far within the Brawl Stars. But look, I'm all for it. With that said and done, though, I'm looking at this. There needs to be some DPS backup for Ollie to make this work extra well for Vendetta. On the side of the young blood, though, Mr. P straight off the bat.
Yeah, locked in.
I support that.
It's seen a lot of play and the RT to follow it up. So already a lot of strength coming out of this draft for Youngblood in terms of what they're going to be bringing to bear against this Vendetta roster. So I think realistically there is potentially a little bit of cause for concern. Their experience at this level of play should not be underestimated at all. So Vendetta have to come in with something to answer what we're already seeing out in that drafting phase. Something to, if not play off the back of the Ollie, something at least to support him a little bit more. Whether that's a Byron, something supporting to keep him healed up and healthy, or if it's just straight damage so that he can be there the front line and there is at least just something to follow it up.
Quite possibly. Yeah, look, Byron actually wouldn't be a bad choice here as well, but instead it's actually, Barry coming on in for Vendetta. I absolutely rate that.
Yeah, so something a little bit supporty. It does obviously provide that sustain. You can quite comfortably heal up. And the kit as well. So they have a big beefy front liner. They've got someone who can then jump and support. I mean, you've got the shooting swirl as well. Is almost a kit delivery system. So there is a lot working for them, I think, in this draft already. I do really rate it. It is a bit, I would say, a little bit out of left field, honestly, in terms of what we're used to seeing. But synergistically, it does play quite well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe a bit of the squishiness can be also a bit of a talking point for ourselves later on in this matchup as well. It does depend on what the Youngblood bring in, and who do we have here?
Oh, Rosa coming in as the front line. Haven't seen much of it up until this point, but she was an absolute menace last year. Was a real problem for teams. She was very, very hard to chew through. She's so tanky once she gets the super and the hypercharge up online. So Youngblood are gonna have a lot to throw at Vendetta right now. And okay, no, so they are all in the same room. Yeah, this is support staff. These are coaches.
Okay, right. This just got a whole lot spicy as well. Look, going into this one, actually, Vendetta may have quite a good upper hand here as well, I reckon. At least in terms of just the brain power.
Absolutely. And the Gen G, yeah, newly introduced to the Brawl Stars competitive ecosystem, getting all their own stuff in game. I personally run a different team, but look, they barely scraped through last year, so we won't talk about it. We'll see how the year goes first before I can really, get comfortable bragging about them. But right now, Lumina up that left-hand lane, looking for a flank potentially. This kit does take a lot of damage, and the Ollie hasn't really found its avenue to get in and threaten. Great job done so far by Youngblood. There you go, the super out from the kid, but the healing is so strong, just gets the tail end of it. Vex falls, but Minji able to trade, luckily. So, it's still a 4-2 lead in favour of Youngblood, but this Vendetta roster have come to play.
Oh yeah, they have come to play in full swing as well. Looking at the overall setup of the HP pool, actually relatively even, albeit Vendetta does have a slightly squishier one, but the damage output potential here is quite insane as well, to say the very least. Youngblood fully realizing.
He's potentially got the ins for a flank here if he can find. Does have the super as well. They can isolate a target, jump on it. Rosen, not really the target that you're looking for in this situation, but one target is better than anything. So he's getting that damage, jumps back, he's in the pocket, the Sugar Swell comes in, but Vex finds himself too. In fact, it's a full wipe onto Vendetta. They tried, they gambled, and unfortunately they lost.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate turnaround, though the gamble was a very viable one. Luminator wants to go in for another one as well. Unfortunately, yeah, it's just a compounding damage and problems galore. Primey wants to get some sort of a frag going, but as it stands, 10 seconds remaining, 7-12. It's not looking good. It even further now extended the lead. 17, make it 19-7, and all of a sudden, yeah, the Youngblood wrap that round up quite convincingly.
Yeah, so these guys have to be coaches. There is some real intention coming into this Vendetta roster. Not that I should be discounting them at all, but to be fair, look, I rate the draft. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, there was just so much kite coming out of Youngblood. It was hard to get through at all. And as we go into the second round, they do have a chance to push themselves here, at least make it a deciding round. And there you go, a bit of a brawl in through mid. Vex has already got the super, so has Minji. But Luminator needs to be a point of concern. If they can isolate him out, it does remove a significant threat. And there you go, he's taken down. They get themselves the blue star plus a little bit extra.
Oh boy, already going in full swing on all of the plays. It's already a dive straight on coming on in. Luminator falls, and once again, early advantage for Youngblood. They were prepared for these dives to come on through, and that is a hefty price that they had to pay here. Vendetta not looking particularly too promising. The idea was phenomenal. The execution, unfortunately, just remains, well, to have any sort of real impact there.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was not terrible in any stretch of the imagination. They were diving on in, some big openings. It's 8-8, but that blue star has actually gone Vendetta's way. Dark Fire can't survive, unfortunately, because we get into the final minute and Youngblood just balance the equation out once again. They've just got so much damage output, and they outrange Youngblood just that significantly. Unfortunately, this kit pick working against them a little bit more than they'd probably like the situation. Play in from the right-hand lane. Vex does have the super, which, I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen a huge amount of play out of so far. Here you go. Looking to jump on and Kwai does fall. They trade it back off with Vex. It is a 3-star game at the moment. With 27 seconds left, Minji's going to be sitting deep in the pocket as he holds the vast majority, and those hotel helpers just going to play zone. Primey wants to get in. Prime, great damage coming out. Pops the super as well. He's in the thick of it, just pumping away. But his death matters for naught because the Stars are exactly where they need to be. They've still got the lead. They still hold it by 2, and they can just burn that clock, even with Vex jumping on in. Youngblood take 2-0. I wouldn't say a convincing one. Vendetta at least did have a decent idea of what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, the draft let them down a little bit there. But Vendetta clearly has a game plan.
Oh yeah, they're coming into this with a pretty solid amount of preparation. It's just, yeah, quite unfortunate that Youngblood seeming to be just a one step ahead in terms of where they're playing it out, how they're really playing it out, and sort of what kind of game they're introducing to the field. In terms of their pacing as well, I have to highlight it again. Layer Cake has seen so far from Southeast Asia what was originally a fairly reserved initial play, and once the dives do begin, this is where things just kick off into the absolute and utter chaos. Going into Ring of Fire, now it's looking to be like this could actually favor Youngblood's playstyle quite substantially here, given that Vendetta felt almost a little bit too aggressive on a few of the occasions, and they paid a pretty heavy price whilst at it.
Yeah, again, I think that the draft definitely didn't play well into what Youngblood were bringing, so maybe something that matches a little bit of that poke, potentially, or even just accelerates that push in, something like a Max that would have allowed them to close that gap a little bit quicker. Maybe even a Bust. I mean, Bust wouldn't have been great, but at least it would have allowed them to nullify some of that damage. There was no one cure-all answer, unfortunately, into that matchup, but what they did bring was just so heavily punished by what Youngblood were doing. That Mr. P coming in with the RT. RT is just so strong at the moment, and in terms of just raw damage output, you got to be a little bit more accelerated in the way that you approach it. Youngblood take the coin toss going into the Ring of Fire. Unfortunately for Vendetta, despite them putting up an already very good showing, I'm a little concerned that maybe this is again another 2-0 series here in Southeast Asia. But Crow, Lou, and Melody, I reckon that's a pretty solid ban on the whole from Vendetta. But the Berry, B, and Juju coming out from Youngblood, again, very, very smart bans taken out this time around.
Certainly so, yeah. Understandable why as well. All of these brawlers are banned out straight from the get-go, though. A Poco pick for Youngblood. I mean, we already seen at least our very first iteration of the double tank build plus the Poco to reinforce the position. So I wouldn't be surprised if Youngblood do decide to bring something similar across those lines for that. But it's more so a suitable pick now. I'm just realizing for different kind of game, really.
Yeah, something like a stew, but it is going to be
so something like a gem grab, yeah. So stew pick
yeah,
wouldn't be a bad choice in it, actually.
Yeah, so the Vendetta, I think, going to make that call, rightfully so, that there was potential for Youngblood to take it away, and if it did, I think it would probably been a little bit scary. So they opt to take it for themselves. Does potentially skew their draft a little bit in terms of what they're now going to sort of slot in around it. For Youngblood, they've still got options. They still have a couple of assassins that they could probably bring out. Hell, they can even probably just play a pretty straightforward poke comp with that Poco to keep them up and healthy. They've got a lot of controllers available to them. It is a case of there's just anything. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see something like the Rose coming in, but it's going to be a Griff for Kawaii. I mean, look, decent damage. They don't need a heck of a lot of wall break, but at least they do have it for those few instances where they would. So there's a lot less security now than there would have been otherwise on the map.
Yeah, look, I mean, the way how so far the comp for Vendetta is built up, the Griff introduction wouldn't be a bad shout, all things considered. I would want to see maybe a thrower like again, maybe Juju or something like that. But an Amber pick, look, yep. I mean, that's my deal breaker here. An Amber pick for Youngblood actually here is not a bad choice, though. Now they need to have maybe a bit more heftiness in terms of the HP pool, and from there on, that should be pretty much of as straightforward as a lineup could really get for Youngblood. I
mean, Leo, they could even potentially go more into the Bruisey brawler type thing where it's a little bit hefty, but it also does some decent damage. Doesn't have to be pure one way or the other. Amber's going to get a little zone control, especially once it's super online. Could potentially threaten, and yeah, Hank. So they are just going to opt in, bit of a tank, bit of a threat in terms of that Amber, and then some sustain out of Vex on the Poco. So that might change in terms of who's playing what. But the Hank at the moment has been rising in priority, and I definitely see a world where he rises even more so in priority going into Vendetta. The final pick, I mean, they've got the range damage, they've got that close burst as well, and the Stew who can close the gap and get up in the face of his opponents. I mean, realistically, there could be an argument made for them, again, tripling down, just committing full into damage, looking to try and wipe things out. But I think you need someone who can follow up onto the Stew a little bit. Janet wouldn't be the worst idea, but again, it wouldn't be the best. But at least if you do have the Janet, you can then play in the back pocket. So they're going to go for a balanced dead, so just long-range threats. So they are just tripling down on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so. I mean, not a bad shout as well for the picks. So all things considered, Vendetta still have a really good opportunity here to make things going, and with Bell as well on their side, maybe a bit more of a ranged damage will be the solution for some of their problems. But Youngblood did show us before that they are quite adequate with managing their time and managing their position, so quite possibly they could really come out of this a pretty solid victor.
Yeah, look, if positioning is on the side of Youngblood, this isn't going to be the hardest of matches, but if they do struggle, yeah, Vex is just doing the whirly-twirly that Hank does. Been playing up that left-hand lane to try and match the stew right now, and there you go, just explosions galore, trying to create some zone. Amber doing what Amber does best, which is just a lot of damage at a lot of range, and then Poco just making sure that Minji as well healed up. Darkfire looking for the opportunity in the side. That left-hand lane, Vex is taking a lot of damage, and this might be an easy pickup, and he can probably thread it into a couple more kills if he plays well, but no, popped and completely destroyed. Follows up with a second. The Hank, the Tank, the Shrimp, the Man. He's just found 3, absolutely obliterating every single member of Vendetta.
Not even a single chance, and just like that, Youngblood are back into the overall swing of things. Just the initial, it still fascinates me how he just approaches it with a back turn and then straight away, snap, that's it, death. And it keeps on going.
Pretty standard play, from what I understand, for the Hank. Yeah, charge it up, swing it around, boom. He's got the Hyper up, ready to go as well. The fish missiles, as it were. As you can see, this Amber again, zone, Darkfire. Vex is just almost single-handedly kept this entire Vendetta roster out of the game twice. There, popped again. This is just crazy. Hank the Tank, the damage man himself, 100 to 18 by the end of it. And, look, that was just a brutality. Yeah, Vex just eating.
Yeah, he's stoked about that sort of turnaround as well. You can see that with the smile on the face, the man is quite happy with how things are currently going, and the fact that say they do come out the victor here at the end of this matchup, they don't have to worry about Revenant until the grand final.
Yeah, the joy, the power of being on that other side of the bracket, and already Vex working on the right hand lane. So he's transitioned. His job has been to max the stew. The speed zone was down, but it's going to be cleared out. Vex turns, he's just out of range. Luckily though, Prime, he's in position to keep him nice and healthy, charged up and popped. He does trade out 1-for-1 in the end, but that is perfectly fine. Minji coming back into support, but he's off the mark. Prime not going to be able to find the kill there on the Kawaii as he's taken down, and Vex back in position, working his way up. He is, look, the equivalent of Jaws on the map right now, except that he's a shrimp in a tank. So, realistically, not quite of the same equivalency. Speed zone is up. Hawaii cannot escape it, will fall, but Vex traded out immediately. Prime indeed is playing some stellar gameplay on this Poco to try and keep up. But you look at the respawns, they are just staggered in such a way that it means they get back in position to keep that pressure up on the hot zone right now. Vex playing front line, leaves Priming in that mid lane. He's going to be heading up the left-hand side of the map, try and finding some exposures, some openings in Minji. Into the flank, has the super, but he's popped before he can really get up. Speed zone there as well to kite out this. When you look at it, this has been played very well by Vendetta. The hyper charge out from Vex will secure the one. But you can see, yeah, the staggered respawns just mean that Youngblood constantly have pressure up on the objective. Prime getting some big damage out, but he's popped by the bell, and that is the real threat of the bell. Does hit very, very hard when those shots do connect. But Vex is here. Hypercharge out once again. Speed zone gone. 2 kills for Minji, but he falls.
That's it.
It all sets up the win, though. Youngblood will take the Series 2. And unfortunately for Vendetta, their short stay is now over, which is a shame because I'm keen to see more of these guys. I really haven't seen much of them in and around the scene. But clearly they've got some support staff behind them. They're all playing in the same space, or at least Kawaii and Illuminator are. We can't quite tell for Darkfire. And Illuminator, for the most part, had a pretty solid map.
Oh yeah, Illuminator did manage to put out quite a fair bit of an effort, all things considered. But yeah, quite an unfortunate turnaround here for the Vendetta run. But look, Youngblood now get to wait for the results of the Washed Esports versus Overdrive, and now that one is a pretty curious case here as well, because on the side of the Overdrive, they're the ones that came in the 7th during the qualifiers. For the Washed Esports, they're actually the ones to close out the top 4 position in the qualifying results. And so, as it stands, for Washed, they have a slight upper hand, but this is arguably supposed to be the closest matchup that we could have here.
Yeah, potentially. You look at it in terms of experience again, Troy has just had a little bit more. I think in the grand scheme of things, Overdrive, look, again, for the most part, a little bit unknown coming into the competition, but Second, Ilola, and Excellence coming out. So a bit of a spread around Southeast Asia, but all pretty much central to Malaysia there coming into this matchup. So Ping should be reasonably even, fairly even for the most part. They shouldn't suffer as much as some of the international teams have, or inter-regional, I suppose. It's Washed coming in from Singapore as well. So again, should be an opportunity for a fairly close match on the whole. From what we've seen, it's been 2-0s every single quarterfinal so far. This one could likely be the one that deviates from that and takes us to Bell's Rock once again.
Yeah. There is an opportunity, I think arguably the closest opportunity for us to see Bell's Rock actually to come on through in terms of all of the matchups, but yeah, it could still be a quite a rough run for either side. I would probably, if I was a betting man, I would probably put my bet onto the Washed Esports rather than the Overdrive roster, but look, this one could go whichever way possible in terms of, you know, which team would have the momentum rolling for them. So from here on out, look, this could be the one to really make a big change for for the better or for the worse. Have to.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait and
I mean,
see.
look, it is those uncertainties, those unknown teams that really can do the most damage, especially in a single elimination best of 3 bracket like this. So the quarterfinals, if there were to be upsets to happen, this is likely where it is going to happen. For the more experienced teams, they're probably not going to struggle as much in the best of 5s. There's just more opportunities to right the ship going into sort of like some maps 3 and 4, unless it's just, a complete and utter wipe. So I think the reality is, yeah, if you're going to pull something off, this is the place to do it. Game 5. Best of 5's a little bit harder to try and get the upset there. So, Washed, again, on paper, realistically should be the team that walks away with this. But when you are an unknown quantity like Overdrive are coming into this, there's only so much you can sort of prep as a team coming into it. I would imagine they probably know each other reasonably well, given that they play on the same servers. So they shouldn't be complete and utter anomalies, at least.
Well, yeah, that's probably going to be the main sort of talking point here for us. Looking at some of the previous records, pardon me, as I just nearly closed all of the windows for me. Washed do win the coin toss going into the very first matchup. And honestly, looking back at maybe some of their matchups, they were the ones that actually beaten a team called Indian Esports in a 3-0 in a BO5, which could tell us a bit of a story, whereas Overdrive did struggle against the Emperors. So potentially maybe a little bit more of a decisive sort of play, but otherwise not much of a data on them just yet, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, the picture there, a little bit old for Troy. That's a 2023 photo from back when he was playing for, surprise, surprise, Rising Sun, Southeast Asia. So it has been a while since he really sort of stepped into that competitive environment. He did play a little bit last year, made it through to the top 8 position in the March Asia Pacific Monthly Finals. So he was a little bit more active. But yeah, we head into the pick ban phase. Poco, Hank banned out, no surprises after that last series kit as well. Hank copped a double ban, and it's Lou Juju from the side of Overdrive. Yeah, look, I don't think that this is just, they're willy-nilly banning. They definitely know the strength that these brawlers offer to comps, and they don't want to face up against it.
Certainly so. I mean, yeah, we got to see Hank in collaboration with Poco being an absolute menace to really deal with, so I'm not surprised Mr. P to come out as the replacement for that, and well, for the full understanding of it. Look, I'm all for it to see how that will really pan out, how will that really work. Honestly, there's still a few opportunities here and there to really try to bring on out some sort of a a big major play here for the Washed, and well, with Mr. P, he gels pretty well, all things considered, with a number of those brawlers.
Yeah, I mean, just offers us so much in terms of zoning potentially. Really is just a very solid brawler rather at the moment. He is a bit of a champion on the Brawl Stars world, single-handedly holding things down at the hotel. And yeah, look, going into Janet is a response from Overdrive. Look, I rate it again in the right situation. Does a lot of work and can be a real powerhouse. But again, in the right situation, if it doesn't have the backup, if it doesn't have that early setup damage, it can really struggle and flounder and not really find the impact that it is looking for. So now, yeah, again comes, what are you pairing it with? What are you looking to do? We've seen the RT come out paired with the Mr. P, very, very strong. Potentially something along the lines of a berry, so a little bit of sustain, but also a huge amount of engage threat and damage potential in that thrower. Again, options for Washed. Coming back into it, how washed are they? Which meta are they playing?
Oh, look. Well, I suppose the answer will be coming out pretty soon, which meta they are playing. But yeah, I have to say, yeah, the Janet and the Ollie pick for Overdrive is pretty alright set of choices. I'm curious what will round out their third pick, given there is potential for quite a fair bit of a damage introduction here. I definitely think a DPS or maybe even somebody like even a sharpshooter wouldn't be a bad shout just to control things over the range. But
okay, yeah. So they're going to go the berry route for Wash. So they've got that little bit of sustain. I mean, we've seen the Sprout, we've seen the RT, something that is going to just be able to lock down a lane, deny that approach, make it very, very hard for Overdrive to close the gap and really punish the likes of this Ollie. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, potentially they lean into something along the lines. Okay, no, so yeah, it is just going to be much the same comp that we saw come out of not Massive, it was Youngblood in that first round of the bounty again. So the Rosa comes out to round out the comp. Again, very strong, a lot of sustain, huge front line in that Rosa, and just Mr. P offers the damage, offers the control, offers the zoning. Overdrive now needs something that is going to be able to deal, either deal with the Rosa or just completely circumnavigate it, go look for the backline, deal with the berry, deal with the Mr. P. They've got Janet to assist that, but yeah, the Mortis is definitely a brawler that I was thinking of that could. You have a lot of damage, you can, for the most part, deal with that Rosa reasonably well, but you can also just cut sick up the side lanes, go into the back line, deal with Mr. P, deal with the berry, and all of a sudden you've just got this Mortis running rampant and a Rosa isolated alone versus the 3 members remaining of Overdrive. So a very good draft, I think.
Yeah. Mortis one is actually going to be quite a peculiar pick, purely for the fact that we've talked about how things were looking to be going into the South Asia as well. South Asia didn't really favor Mortis at all, despite the fact that he is a very potent, very meta pick as well, while statted. But now we do get to see the Southeast Asia to introduce him, and now this could mean a lot of potential, a lot of potent play here.
Yeah, the big problem obviously being that Berry and Mr. P do a lot in terms of damage output. He can't just run face first. You would just be absolutely mopped up. So it is going to be out finding a side avenue. Big damage out of the Rosa. Unfortunately, it's that damage I was talking about. Luckily, Excellence is there, gets the super up and available. So they find themselves two and will walk it back out once again. So Mortis plays his life, gives the opportunity over to the Janet to follow up. Excellence absolutely capitalizes and drops the base as well for a bit of zoning threat. The problem being is they have to keep playing off of the front foot, and unfortunately the Mortis falls once again, allowing an avenue back in. There needs to be follow-up though. If Janet doesn't have the super, you can't follow the Mortis in, so it is just ultimately Mortis throwing its life away there.
Sadly so. Already quite a fair bit of the Brawl does come on through, with Mortis falling as well. Things are not looking particularly too good. Janet, super does come on through. Good amount of agility, unfortunately not enough of the damage output, and Mortis falls yet again. That's 8-6. Still a pretty close scoreline between Overdrive and Washed, but as it stands here, Overdrive not feeling particularly too happy. They are quite trigger happy about how they want to engage where their push could happen. Mortis once again goes on for the dive. Unfortunately not enough speed to really make that engagement happen.
I mean, he tries to jump on in, they will team up to take down Troy, but the HP pools really aren't there for them to follow it up onto anyone else. Hilalai's jumping in on this Mortis, but doesn't have the HP. The very sustain is too much. Keeps Celestial alive and available. Excellent sends it up and over with that super, but Troy now going in, looking on the offensive. Big damage coming out, and it should be a full team wipe here to end things with 6 seconds left. Excellent also falls. Luckily there's a Mortis back up, but there isn't enough damage. 21, they just win it as the clock is about to run out.
Just like that, an absolute and utter domination from Washed once they did get to ramp themselves up, and yeah, that was a phenomenal result and return to the form. Now going into round number 2, that is there going to be another opportunity is it's a whole different question, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see if anything happens. Once again, Mortis is the one to swoop in to grab that blue star, but otherwise from there on out, Overdrive and just feeling like they are a bit on the back foot, trying to find like at least something to shut down the Washed momentum.
Yeah, unfortunately they're just clumping up, so they've got all that damage output in a groove, and yeah, the Mortis jumps in. Super is there for excellence, but he's already taken so much damage, he really cannot commit to it. He's not going to find the damage. He's going to go for it, look for the opportunity. Ollie gets some damage out, but the Sugar Swirl is available. Super walks his way out, ironically enough, and they will just finish everything that they are looking for in that situation. Excellent stop log for the world is the hotel help who's just chasing him down. Hilolai is going to find the opportunity in the back, but the Hyperdrive and Super both available to this berry. Lots of HP. Troyzer, he's going to go into that Super Rosa form, and big punches along the way. Excellent Hypercharge is going to be there, but once again, much of a muchness. If you don't have the timing to synergize off the back of this Mortis play, Hypercharge dropped over the Mortis, and they will find Berry as Ollie does jump on deep. They find the Rosa as well. It is a 1-star game, though, still in favor of Wash.
Indeed, it is the case. 1-star advantage. The potential to catch up on that is now actually very much within the firm grasp of Overdrive, rather. With 30 seconds remaining, they might just be able to make that dive happen, but we'll need to be very cautious about which engagement do they take. Janet, Super does going out to claim potentially anything, but no, it's a 15-pointer. Just like that, the whole dive just does not work out at all. Wash claim this round through and through as the countdown is starting to go beyond the 10 seconds mark.
Yeah, I mean, jumping on with the Mortis, unfortunately, the very sustain is too strong. They will clean up too, but unfortunately falling back means that it's still a 19-6 game. And the time already ticking away means that the opportunity has passed them. Washed will take map 1. It was... I mean, look, it wasn't a hard game, but it was definitely brutally fought, purely because the fact they had a Mortis diving on them constantly. Overdrive, you can see what their game plan was. You send the Mortis in, you have the Janet to play off the back. Ollie, in theory, is also in the thick of things tanking, but they pulled it off once where they actually got everything up together all at the same time. I'm still not even 100% sure that the Ollie found its traction there either. It was for the most part just the Mortis and Janet, so... Look, they had an idea. Unfortunately, they couldn't play it because the Mr. P Berry combo is just too strong, and with the Rosa frontlining on top of it, it just makes it all the harder.
Yeah, no, but yeah, the Rosa comp has actually worked just absolutely amazingly here for Washed and for Youngblood just before. Yeah, Ring of Fire up ahead, and look, whilst Overdrive did manage to show some few good opportunities here and there in terms of how they can manage their momentum and knowing sort of, well, I'll explain why sort of when to dive. They seem to have a pretty decent knowledge about what to run. It's just, I think it's in the midst of the whole chaos during the dive is where things sort of get a bit lost in translation for what their plan was. And well, after that, it's just they coming at it from all of those ashes of the whole brawl, and it's just, well, not really much of a game to come on through. Now, going into what is a hot zone, this should be a little bit less about, you know, oh, you need to preserve your life, and you can sort of dump a little bit more onto the objective. But I feel like the moment Washed get a firm grasp of a certain area, this is where they just don't let off.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the bands coming out, Loco, Lou, and Juju for Wash, B, Hank, and Stu coming up. I mean, realistically, the Mortis wouldn't be the worst pick here for Overdrive into the hot zone, and can just do exactly what it did there. Sort of play its life, respawn, dash back to the hot zone, and still contribute, and getting that time up means they can commit to sort of more of those 50-50 fights, because they will be getting to the hot zone a little bit faster. But, I mean, Wash coming into it, it is going to be the Mr. P picked up this time for Overdrive. They say, well, it works very, very well, offers a lot of zone potential. We can play it through mid. Hell, we can sit it in one of the pockets in the side lanes and just sort of zone. So I think this is a great pick. The problem being Amber is up and available, and I would argue is pretty much a standard answer to anything in the hot zone.
Yeah, look, I mean, Mr. P at this point feels like, you know, just overall a pretty strong pick, just no matter how you really make him play. So I'd say, yeah, the room is pretty open for the contestant here for Overdrive to really look at and, you know, say, look, we want to bring in maybe even a thrower. We want to bring in maybe even a tank, or you know, try to contest something with where, say, somebody like Byron or even Ruffs would be, you know, a viable pick. And Mr. P still will be able to reinforce this in spades, really, for themselves. On the side of Washed, once again, it's an Ollie pick coming on through. Barry, yep, this seems like once again a pretty stable one.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the fact that Mr. P was picked up first by Overdrive, given that they won the coin toss, means that Wash can't go for the exact same comp again. So they will have to deviate just a little bit. But again, you've got a decent amount in terms of zone potential coming out from the roster. I wouldn't be surprised if there is potential argument to be made for a marksman of some sort to just sit there and control mid. They won't have the Poco because they themselves banned it away. I mean, the Berry largely fills that Poco's role in terms of offering heals, being able to clear out those walls well. I think Amber would do very, very well. It's going to be Griff here for Overdrive. They want to clear out those walls, meaning that Berry is a lot less safe now. So I think that's purely, to answer the Sparkle Pony, as it were.
Yeah, certainly one way to put it. Griff choice works out actually pretty well, all things considered. Now, the one thing that I'm very keen to see is just a good set of controller picks as well still here for both sides. Whilst Berry still can deny quite a lot of ground with the throwables, I feel like maybe you know, even like a Dynamite or instead actually a Frank pick here for Overdrive is actually a pretty solid one to go with. Problem being is actually range, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like there is a little bit of a lack of support in terms. I mean, yes, you got that decent damage, decent kite out of the recipe and the Griff, who do offer a little bit in terms of that control. But Frank does feel like it could be isolated a little bit here and punished, just because Griff isn't going to be wanting to step up too far as a controller. He wants to play a little bit safer, and the bow coming out. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about whether he'll slot himself back into the meta, those new hyper charges coming in. And look, we're going to see those mines are going to make it very hard to be a Frank in this game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Bow should be able to cause quite a fair bit of a problem for the Overdrive roster. Quite possibly now the prospects of, you know, this being yet another 2-0 certainly up on the table. For Wash to just claim it right here, right now on the Ring of Fire, and I mean that would mean would have arguably one of the quicker quarterfinals within the whole weekend. Really, if that will end up being the case. Round one though is our beginning. As now I'm wondering who will actually be the first one to actually claim the initial momentum and the capture.
I mean, the bow offers a lot of damage. The Berry as well is going for a huge amount of sustains. They're just going to walk on up, clean the other 2/3 of this team. So Mr. T is gone. They can just then turn and collapse. So I think that, that is exactly where this comp struggles from Overdrive. If they just completely ignore the Frank, they can collapse onto the two much squishier targets, and they still have a lot of damage to answer for this Frank as well. With that wall going down, they don't have much security, if any, to work with. Yes, it does mean that the Frank can get up those side lanes and potentially collapse in on the backside. Unfortunately, there's a lot of damage in answer, as well as Ollie just still being pretty hefty. They are. look, trying to contest, but this Bo just has the range, has the damage output, and Super, yeah, just jumps on in the middle, gets the Hypnotize off. The Frank completely zoned out. Excellence not far behind. He's going to fall Mr. P out, and it's just Griff alone. The Griff, can he do it? Can he pull off the Griff at the end of the day? Not likely. Yeah, he's just finished off. And the Bo, I mean, I wouldn't have said it was a phenomenal pick by any stretch of the imagination, but it is definitely working. It is definitely making it very, very hard. Another Hypnotize comes out here from the Ollie, and it will be the first substantial time that we see coming out of Overdrive onto this objective. They do find the berry as well, but Wash off the respawn. Supers are up and available. If that hypercharge should come through, there is potential for this berry to absolutely just sweep on, and there you go. The mines coming out as well. Hypercharged mines from the Bow in the middle of the zone on the backside, forces them forward, and there you go. Sugar Swirl in. They've got that control back, and they're just going to tick it over the line. And look, it's been talked about. Even Ash talked about it. He put out the video, ranking the new hyperchargers, and he said, it was verbatim. He said, Bo is the lowest rank of the new hyperchargers. He is still an A tier. It is still a very, very good hypercharge.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, and we just got that exact showcase of the abilities of Bo in terms of the utility, in terms of just the ability to control the zone. And yeah, this is where I think Washed really came through pretty big on the picks as well. Not only, your tank is able to still have quite a fair bit of range in comparison, just being able to handle Frank just like that is already a huge boon to begin with, and the remainder of the roster is just almost too squishy really here to try to deal with. And I mean, you're looking at the overall pool of the HP, well, with Barry being arguably the lowest one, it still able to output so much damage. And I mean, look at this. Super Walk is already going in, getting the better of Griff. And there's just not much really else to talk about apart from the fact that once again it's just an absolute washout.
Yeah, washed. I mean, drafted very well. They got a huge amount of damage to deal with the Frank. Super is going to jump on in once again. He is going to survive courtesy of this berry. Actually, it's Celestial that plays his life to ensure that all this time they are stacking up time on the zone. Troy coming into this team, offering a lot on the Bow. It is just an absolute beast. And there you go, Hypercharged Sugar Swirl coming in. Celestial, he's going to drop it on the backside of things. Unfortunately, will fall. No, Excellence looking to make a mark of his own, but you see the difference. It's 93 to 20 now. There's still all three members alive for Wash as they chip away. Super jumps on in once again. Great opening on to the Mr. P, and Washed will take it, much as everyone else has so far this tournament. It is a 2-0.
Yep, without any sort of moment of doubt, really. There, 2-0 upon us does mean that, well, we are going to be progressing even further now into the bracket. We started off with 8 teams, now down to 4. After 2 more matches, we'll be down to 2 into the grand finals. And look, Revenant versus Massive. Look, Massive showed us actually a pretty convincing gameplay and a game plan from them, but against Revenant, it is still going to be an uphill battle. It's not only, you're battling against arguably the best team within the Southeast Asia at the moment. Not only you're also battling with the ping as well. So there's a number of issues that the OC representatives will have to circumvent, but look, there's still an opportunity for them. The lower part of the the semifinals though is looking a little bit more closely contested.
Yeah, well, let's get back into it. They've been out of this broadcast for a while. It's Revenant coming back in. They had the shortest run to start off today. They absolutely dominated, and now coming in, look at them. Fancy new jerseys. Revenant X Spark looking hot and ready to go. Coming out of this Southeast Asia region, they are going to be the top of the food chain. There is no doubt in my mind. They are X9J Response and Sergeant coming in an amalgamation. Well, not even an amalgamation, just the former Coco Loco roster. Sergeant left Revenant, joined Coco Loco. Revenant X Spark then came along and said, well, you know what? He was a great player. These are some great players. Let's just get him back under the brand. So they are repping Revenant once again. They had a rough year last year. Now they're going to be looking to go back international here in 2025. Their opponents, I mean, you are under the pump coming into this matchup against Revenant at the best of times. You were even more so under the pump when you were doing it while playing on Australian ping into a Singaporean server. So, this is going to be a true test of just fortitude, I think, more than anything else.
Oh yeah, fortitude is probably the best way to describe this. For Massive, they will need to really keep themselves stable overall and just come up with a pretty consistent and very, very stable plan. But we do get to start things off the back of triple dribble. It's well, Brawl Ball is one of those game modes that does allow us to see some absolutely solid momentum plays as well. And for triple dribble, the open lanes do allow for quite a fair bit of the range play. But I suppose the question being is, how will this range be managed specifically by Massive rather than Revenant, as Revenant do seem to be pretty comfortable in no matter which situation you really put them into.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do get a bit of a feeling that we might see Revenant do a little bit of trolling once again. They had a little bit of fun with that first game, and you could see Nita, Barley, and Mr. P. So poor Nita Feet is not going to be doing the things that he claims to be doing. Hank and Melody and Stu Band out. It's going to be a Juju pick to start things off, and that is a very, very strong pick for Revenant here coming into the start of this semi-final run for themselves. Now remember, all 4 teams in the semi-finals are already in the money. They are guaranteed at least $500. So Massive, even if they lose here, are not walking away with nothing.
Yeah, lots of money on the line now. Really, we're coming into the semifinals. This is where really these losses are going to start really making an even bigger impact. Really, if the quarterfinals mainly meant, you know, a question for contention, if anything, going further into the semis and the grand finals would also mean that you are contesting quite a large chunk of money, no matter how you look at it. Now, on the side of Massive, an introduction of Poco, they keeping it relatively stable as to, you know, and concealed in terms of the intentions as to where they want to go. Whereas for Revenant, they already exposing, you know, the Juju pick, meaning that they wanting to get a little bit more sort of over the cover attack as well.
Yeah, Juju into Poco, I mean, it does indicate that Massive are going to probably look for something that either has high damage threat or just pure bulk, maybe even a mixture of both. And yeah, Ash going to be offering a little bit of the both. Those little helpers have just been absolute menaces in the Brawl at the moment. So yeah, going into the Brawl Ball, I do think this comp is going to offer a lot. They can get a couple of early scraps and then from there look to set themselves up for a score. But Juju, I mean, as a thrower, just as a brawler in general, I was in the Mortis, so there you go. So you've got your ball player here for Revenant. The Mortis is going to be able to just dash his way up the field, pass off to himself, and look for a scoring opportunity. What do Massive bring to try and shut it down? Unfortunately, I don't know if there's a heck of a lot available to them. And the El Primo, so they're just doubling down on the all-in melee. This is a tough spot.
Yeah, well, El Primo, things are looking a little bit dicey, to say the very least, for Massive, as they need to now find a bit of a response on what they are actually intending to do, how they're intending to play that off. And pick is going to be the one to really potentially raise a couple of eyebrows here, I reckon.
I mean, look, it plays well into melee, so I mean, she is really a brawler that is kind of designed to do that. Once the super comes up, just a lot of crowd control that then allows the follow-up there. But I mean, the follow-up, unfortunately, is an Ash and a Poco, so I mean, those little helpers could potentially get in the thick of things. Synergistically, it's not a terrible draft from Massive, but from Revenant, I definitely think their game, it's a pretty two-dimensional. It's very evident what their game plan is at the end of the day, which is just fight. Mortis gets the ball, runs away on his own, scores. And unfortunately, Massive is just left scratching their heads. The El Primo as well is going to be able to clear out some of these destructible walls as soon as that flying elbow press is up and available. So yeah, there's the potential. Yeah, Mortis jumps in. Does go down, thankfully, but a goal attempt is going to be intercepted. X9J just sitting on the goal line. So, yeah, once bitten, we'll see if necessarily twice shy, as Sergeant is up and back in play, jumps on in. The little help is going very deep. Can they stop the goal? Yes, they can. Just knocked to the side. The Jackie super does come out, but Sergeant gets off the kill, has the hypercharge up now, and the flying elbow press into 2. The follow-up is there. They clean out the remaining members of Massive. And Sergeant still in play with that hypercharge. It's just a Jackie, but the Greedy going to be going down, throwing backwards. It's going to be the slow walk towards the objective. Sergeant in, hypercharge going up. The little helpers, just too many targets. The hypercharge up. Ash only going to be able to do so much, and it's just going to be a bit of a dribble back and forth, and then X9J. The overwhelming force gets it slotted home, and the first goal secured by Revenant.
Yeah, Revenant straight off the bat, though, already sending in. No, absolute steal from Response. I didn't even get to say much really about it. But the El Primo just absolutely tanks on through and absolutely annihilates any opportunities for Massive to really make any sort of change happen. But no matter how you look at it, yeah, Response, I managed to really sneak that away. First round to go into the hands of Revenant does not set a particularly too favorable precedent for Massive.
I mean, yeah, looking at it, Response does go down. Larky looking for his opportunity to score, but you can see X9J holding the line. Larky's just going to walk in and doesn't want to hedge his bets. And Massive will get themselves a goal at the very least. In Response this time, once bitten, twice shy. They're going to clear out the little helpers, but you can see, looking for the pass off the Jackie. Super is in. Unfortunately, it's well too deep as Jackie's already gone. Lovely double there from Sergeant. Has the Super up and available as well, but they do not have the HP to work with Response. He's just juggling that ball off the wall, back to himself, ready to go. The hypercharged helpers coming out, but they are cleared. Sergeant back on in. Has the hypercharge ready to go, but the Jackie Super is out. He's looking, he's tailing, he gets the heel off, and they've cleared out the team. Pass up the field to Response. 1, 2, 3. And the ball is slammed home. Revenant look to take map 1. They need one more goal, and it will be theirs.
Yeah, already Larky is actually going in for the big push and actually getting the better of X9J. Does allow for quite a fair bit of an opening here. Niederfeet will need to make sure to get the better of Sergeant here before Mortis does regenerate, but that's unfortunately not going to happen at any time soon. Therefore, the ball is in the play. Revenant are able to make the passes happen here. In comes for the initialization. Unfortunately, Mortis does fall amidst it all. It's El Primo to go in for the swing. Another one and another one bites dust. Can he find the third one? No, he doesn't, but that is just enough ground to make a play to push the ball into their opponent's ground here.
Oh, Sergeant, he looked to jump on in for the super kick, but it lands straight at the hands of K. X9 will finish off Larky. Straight it out in the end for a Response. The hypercharge is going to be there available with the Super 4. And he sniffs Niederfeet. Well, unfortunately, it's banned out, so he can't. There you go, little helper is going to be sent. Response does have the hypercharge. That flying elbow press could be a make or break. Larky's looking to go in with the hypercharge of his own, but you can see Mortis in the backline. Sergeant can't cut through the healing. Larky was trying to run it home. Now it's Nita's turn. Slots it straight into X9, but the team is white. Sergeant there, Super up and available with 12 seconds to go. Passes it to Larky, unfortunately, as the player had come off respawn. So there is a chance, 5 seconds. We are likely heading to overtime. To jump on in, one player found. Looking for the overtime now. X9J with 10 HP to dream. It's an absolute flurry of action. Sergeant, can he land it? He hits the 360 goal up the right post.
One way to make this an absolutely finesse of a turnaround, finesse of a play, and Massive, understandably not particularly too stoked about how that whole matchup really went. Niederfeet needed to back out a little bit just to get maybe refreshed a little bit, but in we go for Gem 4. Now, back during yesterday's broadcast as well, South Asia showed us a few very interesting picks, namely that double tank that came in with Poco being brought out as the support, and that was just an absolute disgustingly solid lineup really to be brought on in. Whereas for for Massive, something needs to really come on through to change, maybe whether it's the mental, whether it's how they're approaching these picks as well, because it feels like even when Revenant were able to expose their initial intentions with the thrower pick like Juju for the very first map, it still was just about enough to keep Massive thinking into a completely polar opposite direction.
Yeah, I mean, look, the unfortunate thing is Massive are always going to be at a significant disadvantage because they're going to be playing on anywhere between, I think it's 175 to 250 ping, depending on whereabouts in ANZ they are. So, it's going to be a bit rough. I think realistically, the best bet for them is just keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate things. Play brawlers that aren't going to be too heavily reliant on, absolutely landing those skill shots or, dashes or anything like that. Because we've seen how the Kenji struggled just a little bit playing on ping. There you go, into it. Second map of the best of 5. Amber, Surge, Nita banned out once again. Piper, Stu, Juju the responds, and it will be Ollie open up first for response.
Yeah, once again, Ollie has proven himself to be a pretty staple pick within the SEA, if anything, and has been actually much more consistent of a performer comparative to what we saw from Ollie players in South Asia as well. So honestly, I'm all for it. With Stu out of the equation, as well as Juju, things are looking to heat up, and well, yeah, Hank coming on out. Well, look, we've seen a pretty consistent play from Hank so far, so a lot of damage to be dealt from him.
Yeah, I think for the most part it's a pretty safe pick. Playing into the ping, it's a lot. I mean, look, it's still punishable, but it's definitely a little bit more reliable in terms of damage output. Unfortunately, the sad truth is for a lot of, at least Australia, New Zealand teams, if they are to compete internationally, it's in a competition like this, the best bet is to send a team over to Singapore, and there are very few players or teams even that are willing to make that sort of investment. So it is just make the best of a bad situation, potentially get recognised, potentially get acknowledged, and even potentially get scouted to a team, and then they look to invest those funds to get you over to international competitions, and from there, who knows where the sort of ends, and we are going to see the kit paired with it again. So again, keeping it simple for the most part. We'll be able to play off the back pocket, gives a little bit of extra survivability to Nita on that Hank, and I mean, it finds an opening. You can make some big plays, unfortunately, from there. The Frank is picked up for Revenant, so that beefy frontline is matched by beefy frontline, and Frank, I think, for the most part, is going to be a bit of a threat. And the Clancy, I mean, look, okay. So, Asia Pacific Tour last year, Clancy comes out. It was in quarantine, because obviously if new brawler comes out, competitive quarantine, not allowed to play it until it's, I think it's at least a patch has passed. It was a while ago now. So by the time that happened, obviously competition was over. And at that point, he sort of just dropped off the face of the planet competitively because he received a couple of hot fixes, and from there it was, for the most part, just, sort of left to his own devices. So Revenant going to be bringing out probably not the most serious pick in this competition, but I'm keen to see just how it works in a competitive environment.
Yeah, given that Clancy as well, just overall within 2025, the win rate has been not particularly the most flashiest one, only 35.29%. Yeah, this might be one of those out-of-pocket picks that Revenant might be able to throw the opponents off.
I wouldn't say out of pocket. Colette, I mean, we already saw yesterday, and Colette does a lot of damage if you can connect those supers in the right place. So I'm here for it. Look, I think it's pretty free damage for the most part. I don't think it's a bad pick. Definitely struggles, but it is also a very good answer into something like the Frank. It is going to do a lot of damage to him. It is a great anti-tank brawler at the moment, or at least has been previously. Again, we haven't seen, I think, enough of a sample size to really know that for sure, but coming into it, I'm here for it. The Clancy making his way in.
Yeah, already going right on in, and it's a full-on brawl. Hank is looking to really pressure quite a fair bit of that ground as well. Within those tight spaces, his attack will be very potent, but I say that borderline a full-on wipe coming out from Revenant. Massive, not really feeling too massive right now, and with the wall destruction as well, X9J and the rest of the team are just absolutely stomping away here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hank is going to suffer a little bit. The super does come out, so they will drop response, but only response. From there, they can't find much else, and yeah, with that wall break, just being able to clear out those walls, Hank is a little bit less survivable. He's going to suffer, I think it's a 20% damage reduction when he's hugging one of those walls. So missing out on that is going to really be a struggle. In response, his job was to clear out those walls. They do keep X9J alive, though, however. And that could have been a bit disastrous, but yeah, the Clancy up and available is going to be still ticking away, getting those shots off, and continue to scale up, of course.
Absolutely so. Already quite a fair bit of damage has been dealt with the countdown going for the Revenant. Massive need to do something, well, indeed massive, to really shut things down. 2 more seconds, and that is over already for the first point for Revenant X Spark as well for them. 2. Potentially so far with the momentum that they've managed to gain, it does look like this could very much be a 3-0 scoreline, with Massive being unable to really find themselves much of a footing. I mean, you look back even at the kills, only 2 frags for Massive, whereas you look on the Revenant X Spark, it was at a thorough amount of the damage dealt.
Well, in the middle, in the thick of things, X9J does drop second time around. Gives a little bit of priority over to Massive here. Now we're going to take priority in the middle of that map, but with that super up, now Response can start clearing out these walls and give a little bit less security. Yeah, the Colette jumps in. Fortunately, X9J is going to pick that up. Response just being kited around. And you can see that Kit's sitting on the back of this Hank right now, trying to give at least an opening here for them to take some control. Those gems swing back in Revenant's favour, 5-2. You can see Response working his way back up. He's going to be collected, as it is a trade 1-for-1. Ultimately, on the other side of the map, they find K as well, so the kit goes down 2-for-1, going in favour of Revenant. This is a very tough spot to be in for Massive. They are looking for a bit of a flank to clear. It's going to be K jumping on in. Big opening, but the Frank going to town with a hypercharged super. He's just whomping away. Yeah, super up, ready to go. He should be able to clear that wall. And Nita doing what he can. Gets stunned out, gets caught. He falls, and the countdown is going to start for Revenant once again. 14 seconds. K going to jump over to X9, which unfortunately is the best of his targets available to him.
Certainly so. Already, last few Hail Mary swings are coming in from Massive, but unfortunately for them, that is a 2-0 conclusion to this map number 2. Unfortunately for them, the Gem 4 was not the best turnaround that they would have wished for, and from there on out, yeah, 12 set of frags for X9J basically tells the story here. Now, onto the map number 3, potentially the very last one here for our first semi-final. Hot Potato on Heist is going to be a pretty fast-paced map that will require quite a fair bit of an agility as well. And we didn't get to see some really good flanks coming on through from South Asia again. Now, first time in Southeast Asia, we get to see Revenant potentially give us a masterclass, or maybe this is the starting ground for Massive's comeback here, which, look, could still be very much on the cards, but man, it is going to be a tall road for them to take.
Yeah, I think realistically, this is probably one of the more forgiving game modes for a team like Massive, who are battling into such a significant ping difference. But on the whole, again, it is still Revenant, arguably the best team in this competition, in that Road to Brawl Cup. There is just no way to deny it at this stage. They are going to be the top of the leaderboard for the entire run. I would be very surprised if they weren't the ones to win the Road to Brawl Cup and ultimately have a decent contention into the Brawl Cup itself. They have just had such a storied run in this game and internationally as well. For Massive, look, I think, yeah, you need to be a little bit audacious, you need to be a little bit bold, draft something that is a little bit out of field, something that is obviously going to get a lot of decent damage out onto that safe, but I think realistically you're probably looking at something along the lines of a Berry, a Barley, something that is going to be able to get that sustained damage off of one that auto attack, maybe even a Brock, but the Berry is going to be banned out, so is the Melody and the Juju. In fact, Melody and Juju both copping bans, and the Chuck is going to be coming out for Massive first pick, which is something that has seen a decent amount of play in the Heist.
It's true, yeah. Chuck would be a pretty solid choice here. Wonder if maybe we could see as a response from Revenant, maybe some sort of a pick like a Carl as well to be brought on out, given just how potent he has been for that mode as well. Otherwise, you know, a few, maybe a couple throwers as well to just zone out a few of the pushes here and there. But otherwise, the pick area is still very much a free real estate for basically any sort of choice here. Without Melody, without Juju, things are looking to be a little bit more, well, I guess straightened out, but instead we get to see a Rico choice here for Sergeant.
Yeah, look pretty solid in the hole, into the highs, just a lot of sustained damage. You can sort of just send a shot, walk away, send a shot, walk away. As soon as that super hypercharge coming online, he's going to get a lot of value for his efforts there. Rico, just in general, offers a lot, especially given that those projectiles bounce. So if you can line it up correctly, there's potential for even further damage to come out. In terms of answers for Massive, or at least in terms of support, because I would imagine this Chuck is going to likely try and work its way up one of the sidelines there. Barley again, Revenant doubling down on some very, very solid picks in the highest at the moment. They're looking to get this done cleanly 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 would be a pretty solid conclusion to the whole of the matchup, albeit quite an upsetting one to say at the very least, given just how swift the first part of the bracket really conclude. Just to see, you know, Massive bow out this early would be a bit of a heartbreak as it stands now. Well, for Revenant though, they are looking to, like we mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, they're looking to stomp on through right into the grand finals for themselves, and certainly the pacing for that seems to be right off of the course.
I rate it. I mean, look, it does offer a decent amount of gap close. Once you get that super online, you've got a little bit of security in terms of closing space to the safe. But the problem I see, at least for the Miko at the moment, is, well, for one, getting there. I think he's definitely going to struggle just a little bit. He does obviously get that record smash star power, dealing extra damage to non-brawlers, so he means he's going to be hugely effective against that safe in the end. Look, I think, yes, he's going to be great at getting to the safe. I think he's going to struggle sticking to the safe.
Yeah, with Janet
okay,
as
so
well
they've just gone to Janet, so it's just 3 brawlers that are going to excel at it. Just completely running past this Revenant roster and going straight for the safe.
Not a bad idea, honestly, given that...
And the bull. Okay, you talked about it yesterday. Right. You were like, all right, what if we get the bull? We've got the bull.
Yeah, we got the bull. Finally. The dream has finally came true. But look, yeah, the bull, I think that this would be a pretty curious one. Whilst Massive are looking to try to avoid, Revenant are looking to just straight on plow through and get straight to the safe, which sounds like a pretty exciting opportunity here for them. Whereas on the side of Massive, yeah, an out-of-pocket play, maybe a hidden steal away for the safe a couple of times would be the solution here to just keep themselves up and running. But now is going to be the big question, whether they will be able to stay alive in this bracket or not is going to be answered.
I mean, that's exactly it. We're going to start working our way up. Revenant, the ball is going to be there, and drop the base comes out. Larky's going to jump straight past him and start heading for the safe and getting to work. There you go. He's doing about 6% damage per shot. So he's just going to keep chipping away at it. But you look at the answer here from Revenant. They've gotten some great time onto the safe for themselves, down to 47%. But right now, again, Larky just in the back lines is forced off courtesy of those respawns. And somehow, Revenant, despite all that free time being given over to Larky, still have got the better end of the flags down for Vendetta as well. Should he look to try and jump on deep, and he's going to. So they're just going to dogpile onto the safe. Revenant have gone for the same option. Has to get back to try and deny Sergeant, who has dropped the safe to about 16% currently. And yeah, Nita right back into it, looking for that damage, gets it down to about 28. Larky going to look to do the same here, jumps on, getting that big damage. But the ball try and fade away. It's now neck and neck, and all of a sudden, unfortunately, with X9J just punting his way up the middle of the field, he's going to have the better output, cleans it out, and Revenant will take the first round here on map 3. They are looking to speedrun this.
Close scoreline, though, I have to highlight 5% the difference being there between Revenant and Massive. That is definitely a pretty solid turnaround. And I mean, the game plan is still very much of a viable choice, so I respect that in full capacity, honestly.
And Larky into the backlines once again. Flags have been going down for Nita, but you can see working up in the wings, X9J and Sergeant just chipping away, and they are winning in this race of damage output onto the safe. Responses there as well, just banking his shots off the wall. They are going to send support back at least to try and deal with Larky, but Nita Feet does go down. X9's traded out and they find a response as well. It is all just Sergeant currently. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Larky, the spawns come up, means he's forced off, and it might just be Massive looking for a big steal, but they're wiped out. It's K. He takes to the skies up above the objective, but X9J just gets there quicker and does more damage. That is unfortunate. 2-0 into a 3-0. Revenant will be your first grand finalist here for Southeast Asia.
Ooh, man. Yeah, quite an unfortunate turnaround here for Massive. as they look like they just managed to find their stride, and they managed to find their set of picks, but unfortunately for them, yeah, Revenant just were just that quicker with the damage output as well for themselves. So at the end of the day, yeah, that's unfortunately the OCE representatives out of the equation now. Revenant, though, yeah, looking very, very dominant. Still yet to drop a singular map as well within this bracket, which is already a statement in its own. And whoever will end up versing against them from the bottom part of that bracket, oh, look, it'll still be very much of a David and Goliath battle, I reckon.
Absolutely. When we come back, though, after the break, we head down to the bottom side of those semi-finals to see who's joining Remnant in the grand finals. Is it going to be Youngblood? Is it going to be Washed? We'll have to see up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We've got another semi-final to go here. It has been an interesting run. Meanwhile, on the top side of the bracket, Revenant have not dropped a map to book themselves a spot in the grand finals. As for the bottom side, both teams, look, so far, it has been clean sweeps across the board. That now is potentially set to change, Cthulhu, as we look towards Youngblood taking on Washed Esports. I mean, look, I think, yeah, this win would be the most closely contested matchup that I think we've had so far. The problem being that as soon as you pass this potential opponent, it again gets extremely difficult in taking on Revenant. The big thing, though, if you win, at least you're guaranteed $12.50 in terms of the prize pool. You lose, you're only getting that 500 USD.
Yeah, quite a substantial difference now in terms of the price pool, quite substantial difference in the incentives as well. Not only we are looking to battle it out for the money, it's also for the points for the global standings as well. For Youngblood, look, they are on a pretty stable course towards the grand final. Honestly, their matchup against Vendetta definitely looked very, very promising and quite convincing as well. Whereas the matchup that we got to see that closed out the quarterfinals, the Washed versus Overdrive, there has been a couple of hiccups here and there, but they do deserve to be in the third match. The question being is, how are they going to take on their new opponents here in Youngblood?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. I think of all the series so far, this one definitely has the potential to go beyond the map minimum, I suppose, for the series. So it's going to be interesting to see, obviously, how those drafts come out. Let's go to the maps. Of course, this is going to be the exact same as our other semi-final triple dribble brawl ball to start. Gem Fort, Gem Grab for map 2. Then, of course, Hot Potato coming in for the heist, which is where we ended that last semi-final. We then move on to Goldarm Gulch for the knockout and Hideout Bounty if we do need it. Obviously, with the express nature of Southeast Asia as it has been, there is potential that once again we only see the 3 maps here.
Certainly so, yeah. Southeast Asia coming in quite accelerated with all of their plays, and it's been a pretty convincing momentum play really coming out from all the teams that so far managed to participate. Youngblood do get the coin toss as well, which means that the early advantage in the picks as well will be quite useful here for them. On top of that, you gotta still remember Youngblood do have a player from the the original I believe Coco Loco roster plus Primey in general, a almost an international level player ready to absolutely rumble, and we certainly got to see even Vex come on out with some pretty formidable swings in the matches. So the Brawl Ball is going to be quite an accelerated venture, I reckon. I'm not too sure really what we are to expect really in terms of picks, and looking at the bans as well. Wow, that is those are quite something.
Kenji and Nita.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we've seen the Dynamite come out to pretty solid effect. It was into a Frank, and it was purely just used to kite away from him and then ultimately kill him. The Hank coming in, it has almost been pick ban so far this tournament. It's been very, very high in terms of priority. The answer from Washed, I mean, with Mr. P available, you could imagine that there would be an argument to be made there, given how much, again, he has also been pick banned, something on the lines of a Berry maybe. Going into the Brawl Ball, though, I think, again, you need someone who is going to be a little bit more consistent in terms of that carry, the Juju being taken up. Kenji, obviously, a great answer in terms of that leap, I mean, the dash rather, the slash and dash that he does possess as his basic attack, going to be banned out, of course. I don't know. Do we see? Yeah, okay, the Berry. So it is going to be the Sugar Swirl. He's going to offer the sustain as well on top of it. So Washed, yeah, a great opener, I believe.
Great opener indeed. Now for the question for Youngblood, though, who they bring in as your, well, the substitute, or, well, not even the substitute. Who do you back up the Hank with? Because with Poco being banned out, this means that you have to look out for a different set of alternatives here if you want to bring in something like a support, maybe even Max for some sort of an acceleration, maybe even, or quite possibly even a Mortis pick. But instead, we do get to see an Ollie actually come out from Celestial.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of front line. He's still got a bit of mobility in him as well. Not to mention the Hypnotize. He does connect the super. So, I mean, look, yeah, it is a potential very snowballing lineup from Washed. And they're drafting as it stands. Youngblood a little bit more slow paced. Okay, so they are going to go a slightly different route in the Maisie. So again, a lot to sort of just roll brawl in the face of Wash. A lot of damage output. The shockwave as well is going to force them to back off just a little bit if they're out of position. So definitely not a bad pick by any stretch.
Yeah, Maisie's choice is actually going to be pretty consistent. Yeah, with the hypercharge, allowing her, send out 6 main attacks, projectiles radially. I reckon she could do quite a lot of damage here. And Panda, your favorites are out on the field. Yeah, Larry, Laurie, and Stu is the one to wrap it all up in terms of the picks and bans. Look, I'm looking at this Youngblood coming into the swing with some rather, relatively renewed sort of set of picks, given that Larry Laurie is not something that you get to see quite frequently, but maybe in the right hands it will be a force to be reckoned with.
Which is ironic because it was, again, one of those almost pick ban brawlers that we saw coming out of Asia Pacific last year. It definitely has fallen off a little bit in terms of priority. So will be making its way back in. Very effective as a thrower. Offers a lot. So being able to switch things out between the Larry and the Lori, if positioned correctly, can be a great sort of self-pass tool. And you can see already off the start, those throwers going to work, trying to match each other. Vex doing a great amount in terms of zone control, but it's big damage coming out from Celestial, and they find the opening. Troy gets ball control, and they will start working their way up the field. They do have the super kick here for Celestial. If he can find the opening to slot that home, he's going to jump on in. Troy falls though for his efforts. Vex now ball control, passing it up the field. They've got support. Minji going to be working up his way on the right-hand side, just tucked in behind that right outer wall. Super jumps on deep into Prime. Will get the kill, unfortunately, at the cost of his own team. So 1 for 2, but luckily that 2 was Larry Laurie. So it does have the other of the brothers still to hold things down.
Yeah, still a good amount of damage that has gone out. Ball is still in the middle in the neutral zone, but not for long, as now the frag does come on out. Superwalk gets absolutely taken out. Troy falls, and Vex is the one to score it all out. I was just about to say the Hank was not really paying as much dividends as it did before, but no, Vex is doing absolute spades with the damage that is coming out of there and the ability to just bring in the momentum straight off the bat. Is that enough? No,
just picked up there by Super. He looks to clear that out. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a great little self-pass there from Prime, but just a little off the mark in the end. Looking for big damage out. Does have the hypercharge. Minji, Hiroshi, whichever it may be. It's going to be a jump on it. Does get a good clearance. Great kill onto Celestial. This might be the opening that Vex needs to take that ball control. We'll pass it off to Prime, but Super's going to look to go and intercept. Big damage coming out. The Super from Larry Laurie looking to pump away, finish him off, and they will. But Vex falls in the back lines. Can they get the juggle? Celestial with a great little steal sends it out into no man's land, and Prime will just have to scuttle his way back to get the ball up for the team. Passes it back deep into that right pocket to give themselves a little bit of security. They can then win a fight, go back, recover it, and then work it back up the field when they choose.
Certainly so, yeah. Already with a fair few dives coming on in for Wash, they're seeing this as the opportunity to really put the dent in there, really push on in, and then retrieve that ball. And well, Vex and Primey actually getting the better of Troy. In comes the pass play, but no, completely shut down. Interception is phenomenal. Celestial is there to, well, okay, right, match over.
He wouldn't have had time anyway. He knew that was over. There was no way he was going to get to the ball in time and then get a shot off with a young blood player sitting there right in front of the goal. So look, to be fair, yeah, just doesn't waste anything in terms of mental willpower there. He just says, yeah, whatever. Okay, let's go to the next one. And then off the rip, Vex again charging things up. Prime looking to throw out damage as best as possible. Vex is going to zone Celestial out just a little bit, but at the cost of about half his HP.
Yeah, for Super Walk as well in the meantime, nearly running into the duo of Primey and Minji as well, but unfortunately for him, couldn't really find much of an opener. Though pushed back very far, Young Blood are struggling to find their own footing here. The ball comes on through, and the shutdown is there. Celestial does get the return on the investment as the Wash do score the first point.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going to be a great clearance kick there from Prime. Unfortunately, Celestial just waiting in the wings, with Super being as tanky as he is, was able to come pick it up. Vex taking so much damage as Celestial just dives back towards the team for a little bit of security, looking ahead. Deep in on Minji right now. Prime being cut up from the sides. Sugar Swirl is successful. Vex, can he get the clearance? He does up through mid, just slots it through with Prime still alive. The respawn's going to be coming up, but I don't know if Minji has what's needed to get this done, and Celestial will just pick it up, walk it over the line. 2 quick goals, and we're tied up here on the Brawl Ball.
All right, Washed looking a lot more comfortable in terms of how they handled that round number 2. This is looking pretty good for them to potentially maybe pull a bit of a reverse sweep on this first map, considering that round 1 didn't particularly go as well as they probably would have wanted to. Vex trying to really play behind a bit more cover to try to catch up somebody on the push, trying to find that Stu frag as well, but unfortunately not anything is really coming on through the range. Oh, finally connects, but not enough to really shut on down the Brawler. And instead, Vex is left with just about 3,000 HP and ticking down. So right now, Young Blood actually don't really have much of the health pool to really work around with. And unfortunately for them, that means the ball control is still very much under a big question mark.
Yeah, look, definitely I think this Hank was a little bit of a letdown in terms of their draft. I don't think it offers them nearly as much as they want. Yes, it's beefy front line, but they chew through it. Brian can look to clear that ball out with the Larry Laurie. Does drop the suit, but is ultimately both of them finished off. Troy, indeed, great burn damage. Minji, last alive, and Celestial will just walk that one home as well. I definitely think there were better picks here in this comp. The young blood available to them, they could have utilised to sort of match what is on the board for Wash. Berry just offers so much sustain. Stu offers so much damage, and Soup offers that front line jumping on index. Isn't going to have an avenue for a shot. Minji's catches the pass right in front of the goal. It is open. And it will be tied up 1-1 in the goals here in this decider for the Brawl Ball. Triple. Minji. I think this is going to come down to Minji and Prime if they want to make something happen here. The Hank is just not offering what they need it to. The Larry Laurie just working up the field, not going to be able to get the swap, and Celestial is just dancing all over them right now. Vex looking a little bit lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, without the range really here for Hank, things are looking rather grim here for him. Whilst he is able to catch off Stu on maybe a few too aggressive of a push, but otherwise from there on out it is a fairly skewed sort of favor here. Trying to maybe catch here, it does find that frag, and that is a huge opportunity here. Troy to jump on in as the berry, but unfortunately just no results to come on through just yet. The wipe nearly did happen, but they are able to get the ball progression further in. Stu is already all respawn. Right now for Minji, he needs to ensure that the next brawl is being won by his team as well. Young Bloods need this like a lifeline to come out on top and triple dribble.
Super kicks are going to be available, and overtime starts, no clearance whatsoever, so it could just be a case of find the opening slot at home, being quick at the turn and burn, the jump on in with the sugar swell. Super's there to follow it up. Minji looks for the clearance from the shockwave, but it's going to be Celestial working his way up the field. The ball's passed to him. It's an open goal. They find Minji and set up the shot. Washed will take the Brawl Ball on triple dribble.
Alrighty. The first initial momentum has been now achieved. Wash do manage to come on out like we just seen. The Brawl Ball working out just the right way, and the game off the range just pays dividends here. Now, moving on to the Gem Fort, question being is how are they looking to employ this? Because once again, within that core position, the close range will still be the one to excel. So for tanks like El Primo, tanks like Frank, they would be able to get a fair bit of traction. But the moment some of the cover does go down, things will need to be expanded in terms of the range. So maybe even a few of the throwers will be a pretty potent choice, like Juju, like Dynamite, like Sprout as well. Wouldn't be a bad shout. On top of it all, you know, brawlers like Ash always are a pretty solid overall pick here. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see what sort of choices are going to be made here, but
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something along the lines of the Griff just offering that wall break. To be fair, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something along the lines of the Hank either, because obviously with all those walls, he's able to play off of that star power. The star power of his just to reduce the damage when in close proximity to walls, means he's a little bit tanky, a little bit harder to deal with. Plus, because of all those coast angles, you are just going to have to get up in the face of them, which is really where he wants to be. So in the grand scheme, wouldn't be the worst pick. We've seen sort of the kits coming through, some of those cheeky assassins. Stu's even made an appearance or two on this game mode, but Frank, for the most part, has been a pretty decent answer, if not the Griff, which has from time to time been banned out. There is no real sort of one size fits all solution to this map, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of deviation. So yeah, Kit, Mr. P, Ollie being banned out, Hank, Lou, and Janet being banned out as well. So yeah, again, much in line with what I expected here. Yeah.
With Hank out of the equation as well, that means that the close brawling will be left to a whole different set of the, the tanks. From here on, look, none of the throwers have been really banned here, so, the old Juju pick wouldn't be a bad shout here either to introduce with Mr. P unavailable. Yeah, Poco is the first pick for Young Blood, and understandably so, Poco has been a pretty consistent and a pretty solid choice for a good amount of comps here, especially for the gem grab.
Yeah, again, leans into a lot, gives them an opportunity to pivot into sort of a tanky brawler set lineup. they could even just go high damage and just have that sustain out of the Poco. So it's not the end of the world. It doesn't really back them into any sort of corner. They still have that pivot ability depending on what washed open for that first pick. So it's pretty safe in the grand scheme of the drafting phase for Youngblood.
Indeed. With Amber still as well being an open pick, that could be a pretty solid opportunity to make a play Melody as well. But no, instead we actually get the only drum roll,
the Surge.
Surge,
I mean,
yes.
look, I read it again. Very snowbally. If you find that traction, that momentum, you can really run away with things. So it is going to be a case of, if you want this success, you are going to have to realistically manifest it themselves. I don't think it is going to make it very hard. Okay, so this juice. So suddenly Poco becomes very, very sweaty, very concerned looking at the draft. Because there are two brawlers that are going to just roll him if he steps out of position and they find their opening. So you got to be careful for Youngblood. You're definitely going to need, I think, to lead potentially more into the front liney side of things, something along the lines of a Frank. Maybe not the best. It's definitely not the strongest at the moment, but again, it could be an option because Surge and Stu definitely have the potential to really run away with the game.
Yeah, the Surge pick is definitely one of those that, we don't really get to see him quite frequently, but in the right setup for the late game as well, he can be an absolute menace. Ash pick is not a bad choice here, but it needs to be supplemented with something else as well from Youngblood. Whereas on the side of Wash, they are fairly sort of now already showed us what they're really intending to bring here. And even still, for Youngblood, what originally was expected to be that they will be the ones coming out swinging here, they are far from that. As a matter of fact, they still need to get themselves back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely a feast of famine draft, it seems, for Washed if they don't find that traction. Okay, Griff, so they are going to clear up those walls, try and remove all of that security that the Stew and the Surge are going to be looking to play around. So I do rate this as a pick. It's also a lot of damage in the back lines. On top of that, you've got the Ash with the little helpers, and that Rage Bar just filling up. He's going to be ripping and tearing his way through the Washed lineup. Now, obviously, the onus then gets pushed onto Wash. What do they bring to try and support this Stew Surge combo? Are they going to look to offer a little bit of frontline, someone that's tankier, to get in the thick of it and fight alongside them? Given that the Janet's ban, a pick that could have done something like that, but again, you're just putting all your eggs in the damage basket rather than sort of any other avenue.
Yeah, look, all eggs in one basket
Frank.
could be the play. Yeah, the Frank play does come on out from Washed, and that rounds up a pretty well done lineup for the Washed roster is on the side of Youngblood. Look, the choices are certainly the ones that will still require quite a fair bit of concentration and communication in terms of how the positioning is going to be made. Like you said, the Poco certainly getting a little bit sweaty looking at the Surge, looking at the Stew as well. So things could get a bit dicey here for Youngblood if they're not too careful, but Washed looking a bit more comfortable going into this draft, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly. I think if played correctly, both drafts have the potential to really run away with it. Is that bot side start for the gem spawns. So it will likely just be Youngblood working their way on in. I think the range strip that they possess out of the group gives them a lot to work with. Yeah, obviously you're going to be able to hug those inner walls, and Super does find the opener onto Vex, who just evaporates in the face of Wash. And yeah, this is the potential. You give that ramp up. If Troy, Celestial and Super can find some momentum at all here on Gem Fort, they can really run away with it. Minji does have the Super up and available. Great damage to start, but he is traded out in the end by Troy. Not really the brawler you want to be going down if you're Wash, but far from the end of the world, given that you've got Celestial just stacking up those gems.
Absolutely. So yeah, Celestial doing absolute work. Yeah, just continuously contributing to the brawls, continuously contributing to the damage output, and still keeping up his gems as well. But unfortunately for him, he is a little bit isolated here. He will need to be able to just dodge out of the harm's way, and Super Walk is there to assist Celestial to keep on collecting the points. As of now, Youngblood not looking particularly too solid for themselves, while Celestial is the sole carrier of the gems. The rest of the team is just doing a perfect job at just pushing back, and yeah, Troy doing a good job at trading on out. But as it stands, one more gem, and that's the countdown starting, and That's something that you would need to really avoid. Vex needs to start making that play happening, and this is an awesome opener.
That's a big opening. Lots of Devon Troy as well in a bit of trouble, so they swing that momentum back. Celestial still the primary gem holder for the team. Speed zone goes down. Superwalk's getting himself in hypercharge. Super is available, but with Vex following the little helpers are stopped. And it's still close. Lots of damage coming out. Troy, there you go. Jumps on it. Hypercharge with Prime. He does have the HP. All those gems. All those juicy gems on the ground of Prime. He's going to pick them up. Look to back himself off to safety. Now it's Minji and Vex that need to play. Get down, Mr. President. Super has the super. He's evaporated by Minji, who just walks up, removes him from the map. And this Poco that was sweating now finds itself as the key player. Gets all those gems, gets a timer, and that is where the Groove and the Ash shine. Just giving that space. The hypercharged little health is coming out. The Rats keeping the Poco safe.
Yeesh. Young Blood. The roster that looked absolutely toothless at the beginning of that matchup absolutely came in swinging going into the end part of that round, despite the fact that there was a surge on the play. Poco was pretty happy with what sort of draft it got out of all of that, nearly finding the first frag, and in fact it is the first one to come through. Frank, not long for this Worlds 2, getting pressured here as well. Primey is able to pitch in on this whole play as well. Frank looking to try to corner Minji, and indeed will be able to do that, but not before Troy falls. So this is still a pretty good, pretty stable trade out of the frags here.
I mean, having that gadget as well for Prime, the protective tunes, means that they avoid a lot of the CC that's coming out of this Wash team. The Frank going to be looking to lock down. Surge as well, jumping in. Denies a lot of that, gives the immunity to the team. 7-0 now. What was a great start to the map for Wash. Just quickly turn on its head. It's a 1-for-1. Minji for Super, but this is going to give Prime potentially having to walk in for his one, but no, Celestial. The Stew Surge threat is just too great. It has to back off just a little bit. And there you go, hypercharge from Superwalk. He's waiting, biding his time, wants the opening. They're trying to usher Prime in towards that jam, but the hypercharge has been dropped. That wall on the top right-hand side has been cleared out. Celestial dancing away. Vex down means that Prime is now the target of choice for Troy. He's walking his way up, but the spawns come in. Vex back and active on the map. And there you go, hypercharge drop from Troy, level 4. Now in play, level 5 in fact, he's going to jump back. Yeah, hypercharge in, back down. Back to normal levels. This is scary. This is on a knife's edge. It's 8-7, and somehow Wash have found themselves in the winning seat.
Oh, yeah. Wash certainly being able to hold on to the center of the map, being able to keep on scoring more and more and more. With Celestial getting the better of 2 more people, this is now a countdown. Wash looking to still bring it all back. Once again, the game of the endurance is absolutely clinical here, and Primey, despite being the points holder, needs to start getting amongst it, try to get into the battle as well, but risking all of those gems is going to be a problem and a half. One more second, and unfortunately for Youngblood, they could not really close it all out, so 1-1 is the scoreline.
Yeah, the little helper is just too little too late there in the end. If they'd gone up, I think that would have stopped the timer just. And it would have forced it to reset at the very least. But yeah, tied up 1-1 here on map 2 on the gem grab. Both drafts, I mean, look, I think there is an opportunity for him to still come back in this, but given the positioning, given the priority that we sort of watched in that last round, they're looking very, very strong. When the comp works, it works well.
Certainly so. So far, it's been more so a battle of the endurance, really. Both teams have had some really good starting points for their matches, for their scorings, but ultimately, in the late game, both of them just had a bit of a mixed bag over results, and been a bit of a coin toss in terms of who actually comes out the victor at the end of it all, who does not run out of all that steam. Vex falls yet again. So far, 4 points for Washed, only 2 gems for Young Blood, make it a 5 for Washed as they just keep on scoring. Their control over the core of the map is absolutely phenomenal, I have to say.
Prime Hyper is going to be there. He does look to drop, he gets the heals off, which puts him in a great spot to now contest. Vex cutting deep, wants to get that super online, wants to get the hypercharge, and there you go, hypercharge is out. They chuck down the little helpers, and super evaporates before our very eyes. And they will get themselves the 10, now 11 gems as they start that timer up. They need to duck back. They need to avoid the oncoming slaughter that is barreling their way. Super does have the hypercharge available, but it's just out of range. Super's there, but the little help is out. And it will be Youngblood answering it back. So they tie up the series at 1-1.
1-1 indeed. Finally, we do get to see some sort of a response from either one of the teams. And, well, our very first matchup that won't go just to a 3-0 already, with Youngblood now pushing us into the hot potato zone. The heist going to be the play now. Last time we got to see that between Revenant and Massive, there was an attempt at just completely ignoring for the most of it the opposition and trying to just beeline it straight for the safe. Now I'm wondering whether that will be the similar case here between Youngblood and Washed, or whether we are going to be seeing a little bit more of a, I guess, call it conventional way to play, where it will be just sort of the wall of power or against the wall of power here, and where really the focus will be set.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of priority still to be going into this draft. Going to at least the 4 mapper though, so this series is going to be longer than all the rest. We aren't just going to have another sweep on the board, and you can see a lot of discussion for the side of Wash, trying to figure out what they want to do and how they want to play this in terms of the approach. And as you can see, there is a lot of head scratching for Youngblood for the most part. I think there is a lot that they can do. I mean, we've seen a couple of different strategies now over the weekend in terms of how teams approach the heist. I'm expecting something along the lines of an Amber. Barley Berry have to be hotly contested here, unless they're just outright banned, of course.
Oh,
yeah, there you go, outright banned.
There we go, outright banned. Yeah, it's going to be the answer here. Crow as well is gone. Berry is gone as well. So call for a bit more of a, well, a different set of the lineups to be brought on out, and straight off the bat, it's a Carl.
Yeah, I rate it. Gives you a lot of space to move. The flying hook allows you to work your way up the field a little bit faster than certain other brawlers. Plus, on top of that, once the super is charged up, ready to go, you're just going to be spinning all over the safe. So it is going to be about Washed finding an answer, try and deny him, likely just cut off some of those side lanes, or at least pressure the side lanes. Unfortunately, with both Berry and Barley banned out, you don't have the immediate answer that you would like, I feel. But there's still a lot. You could, again, prioritize something along the lines of an Amber, a Tick even. We've seen play Brock, still available.
Yeah, the Brock wouldn't be a bad choice here either. Spike, yeah, being brought on out for Washed will allow quite a fair bit of the crowd control as well, with his utility, and was that the super allowing to really up the coverage from, or rather up coverage for the damage. But now the question being is, how will Youngblood really respond to that? Whilst the Carl is good for some sort of crowd control, it's not a very conventional way about it. So look, and Juju is still very much on the board. You can go for that very pick, and speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Celestial is the one to bring it all out.
Yeah, a lot of cheekiness that you can pull off with Juju, especially if you use the gadget correctly. So we'll see just how, obviously if you get a Gregory under the safe as well, that's a lot of damage just chipped away without much of a response. So you're going to have to be careful in terms of positioning. If she can sneak in behind your back lines with that Elementalist gadget, there is a lot that can quickly go awry if you're not careful. In terms of responses for Youngblood, I mean, do you opt into something more sustained? Realistically, probably not. You're more than likely just going to be committing to that all-in. And Larry Laurie, another thrower that can do that. Not necessarily the strongest in terms of threatening the safe itself, but at least in terms of getting upfield or even getting back down the field should you need to, is a decent enough option.
Yeah, I was thinking more so towards something like maybe like a Sprout pick to just shut down outright some of the pushes and be able to control that through the choke points. But given that, yeah, Washed are bringing in both Spike and Juju, they really wouldn't have much of a problem dealing with the still sending out some damage over the cover. So from here on out, I would have been really too sure what could really be the choice here, because some sort of a CC needs to happen here. And
yeah, but okay. I was expecting
it's
that.
an Amber pick. Okay,
pretty solid, honestly. in terms of playing into the heist. Yeah, and the BB. Okay, look, the BB's not bad. Obviously, you can get the bounce off the super. It is going to do a decent amount of damage. Has great front line. You can just get in and start smacking away. So, not the worst of answers. All said and done. Look, I think it comes down to a bit of situation, what teams prefer, what they can play at the end of the day. So realistically, BB can just straight walk up the middle of the field. Isn't going to suffer as heavily as certain other of those bruises would have. But look, I think if Youngblood are smart, they have the answer in their kit.
Yeah, they could certainly keep the bargain on their end, but see if they will indeed do so. Opportunities galore, as Amber will be potentially a pretty big opportunity here to just keep on dishing out some damage. Super Walk trying to get the game started, but it's Vex actually trying to beeline it through the sidelines against Juju. Not the best idea, as now the projectiles are going to start flying in.
Yeah, and all of a sudden Wash have found themselves some great opportunities. Super just getting in on the safe. Some good damage, but the answer was there. Wash has lost about 11% of the HP total on the safe that they possess, and Troy forced off Minji on this Larry Laurie. Has the opportunity to gap the team a little bit. And there you go, Super is working so up that left hand side once again. Vex does just look to zone here. He's going to be trying to do as much damage as possible, and Super should be cleared out here, but there is good damage coming out. And the Gregory does go down there. You can see just the massive damage coming out all the way down to sub 70%. So there is a decent lead here with Vex picking up his hypercharge as well. There is potential for now a Youngblood turn. He needs to regen some HP, but that regen has been stopped courtesy to Spike. Troy playing this mid lane very, very well. Turns his zoning that threat. And there you go, hypercharge out. Following on to safe. It's big damage in response, but not quite the same. We'll finish off Troy in the end.
Ooh, actually.
Super as well in response. I mean, Youngblood, a lot of space created by Vex as he creates opportunities for the team to recover a little bit. And there you go, Prime walking his way up through mid. They've gotten great damage out. 33% remains. Amber's just going to keep chugging, keep chunking. Minji there now, looking to do what he can to keep compounding those stresses now for Wash. You can see Vex now, his job is controlling that tempo, control that momentum. Super is out. He's popped it a wee bit early, so he's going to cut deep, get that pickaxe out onto the safe as well. Below 20% with 30 seconds remaining. This could quickly turn.
Yeah, this could turn pretty tragic as well here for Wash. They need to be very cautious about how they approach this, but no, Amber manages to slip by and make it 7% percent, make it a 0. Youngblood coming into this pretty consistently. Of a breathing room, and well, rightfully shutting it all down on end. Not really much to say about Washed performance there, apart from the fact that, yeah, look, they tried to push their own agenda. Unfortunately, I think it's the fact that they started ignoring Carl is where the problems really started mounting up.
Once again, spiking through mid. Super's just going to try and do his best to walk past the team, but Minji's there. Vex has switched lanes, but Super should at least be able to close the gap onto the safe and get a smack or two off. The 1 and 2 does connect, 3 even, as he's still sticking around for a decently long time. Now it is Vex's turn, of course, pickaxe out. Does have the Super, but not the HP. Needs to get some regen off before he can get himself onto the safe and pop the Super. We're trying to provide that opportunity. There he goes. He is going to pop it, just works his way in. Decides better. Oh, doesn't want to play his life. The pickaxe is still doing plenty. There you go, Larry Laurie over the wall, Minji falls, but Larry and or Laurie, they're still not quite sure who is going to keep going. Meanwhile, Prime gets himself onto the save, gets it down to 37%.
Indeed, already damage being exchanged once again on the middle part of the map, with Washed losing quite a substantial chunk of the HP for their safe. Means that, well, they need to potentially go on a bit more of a defensive play with Primey and Vex getting the better of Celestial. That is not the kind of return on the investment that you want. Troy, though, with Spike doing a lot of damage, and finally BB does get the opportunity to also start outputting some damage onto the safe and chunking it away pretty consistently.
Even with all three there, they're not getting massive damage out. It's not a complete shutdown. But if that Youngblood will stem the bleeding here and ultimately don't nearly lose out. They're still in advantage by about 9% total. It's going to sit down a little bit further, Vex. Looking to clear that space up the left-hand lane, allow them to take some more priority over the map so they can start creeping back onto Wash. So for the moment though, all they need to do is burn time, hold the clock, wait it out, and they have that advantage. If they force an issue, there might be an opportunity for Minji. Sees Vex go down, looks to take some priority in mid, big damage out onto Celestial, and that's your Juju gone. Super is up and available, he's just going to start chunking away at the save. Super just standing there, building up that shield, wants to be able to consistently threaten here with 16 seconds left and 20% the difference. They're going to have to get a wipe and get themselves up the field, and you can see it is just a bum's rush for Washed. Unfortunately, you can see it is all over. Vex has worked his way up the field, the pickaxe swinging, flying, and Youngblood will take themselves the heist.
Blood coming in swinging into this competition. They had a bit of a wake-up call from the Washed roster just early on today, and well, they certainly have learned that lesson in spades now, with them having, well, the series, or rather in terms of the map points, quite a heavier advantage. Gold Arm Gulch potentially looking to be a very deadly venture for Washed if they don't really pick up the pace here as well, because from the way how we just watched Heist really come on through, they really let a lot of damage slip through their fingers, really. And for Washed, this is definitely a problem now. Obviously, going into the bounty, there's definitely going to be a few stern questions being asked about, well, how do they really answer this aggression that Youngblood been able to bring in consistently?
I mean, that's exactly it. And I think, again, a smart draft is going to put you in a spot where this series is just unlosable if you're Youngblood. You just play it smart, you play heads up, you don't give Washed an opportunity to really start themselves up for a bit of a comeback. But, I mean, Gold on Gold, again, things can go askew, as has often been the case in esports, especially in Southeast Asia. But given that this is now our longest series of Southeast Asia, it's anyone's guess.
That is true, albeit that's also not as much of a statement just yet, given that, you know, with us only being ahead of all the previous matches with one extra map, Washed could still potentially bring it all back, but Youngblood looking a lot more activated. They got a bit of a read maybe from that very first map on the Washed roster, and trying to figure out sort of what's the actual ideal play. Washed still not looking particularly too phased just yet. Maybe they're looking to still produce quite a fair bit of damage here against the Youngblood going into the bounty, but yeah, still going to be a pretty difficult one. Range is definitely going to be key here, so anything that is a short range, even tank, short range brawler, is going to mean problems just everywhere.
Yeah, we are just getting ready to go into it. We have to quickly rehearse the lobby, so it shouldn't take too long. In terms of what we've seen, though, the Gold Arm Gulch yesterday, again, you can't draw too much, because again, Southeast Asia pretty drastically different in terms of the way they approach the game. For the most part, yes, it is sort of sub-regions. But going into the knockout, you need to be a little more careful in terms of positioning. If you get caught, the collapse can be swift and severe, so there is a lot of potential for just spiral and games to be slipping away from each other. The one recourse being that you lose the one set there, it's not over. You got to win the 2 rounds ultimately on the knockout. And then, of course, we then need to think about hideout and bounty potentially if somehow Wash can bring it back and take it to 2-2.
Yeah, if this does translate into 2-2, that will give us, I believe, actually our very first look at the hideout as well. I believe, at least within the Southeast Asia, which will be quite a drastic change of the pacing, considering that prior to this, all of the games were very much one-sided washouts without any sort of response from the opposition that was losing. So with the Youngblood winning the coin toss before the picks and bans into the bounty, I reckon they might just have the right momentum to really put the last dent and the last nail into the coffin of Wash.
Yeah, absolutely. There is potential for this to be an absolute shutout. Youngblood have been playing very, very cleanly, at least for the last two maps. The first one, a little bit rough. I'll admit they could have probably cleaned it out in 3, if I'm being perfectly honest, but it's not the end of the world. Best of 5. You still have that security. You have the opportunity to fumble a couple of maps and then still ultimately bring it back. So we'll have to see just how well they can clutch up, so to speak, in this situation. Going into the draft, I'm excited. I think, this grand final definitely may not be as brutally one-sided as it could have been. Ollie, Kit, Daryl banned out to start here for Youngblood, and it's Kit, Coffin, a ban on both sides, followed by the Tick and the Gene for Washed. Yeah, you don't want that pull threat. The Tick as well has been a bit of a menace. Pretty heads-up bans to start things off.
Yeah, fairly straightforward run, fairly straightforward choice. Curious if we will get to see once again the return of some of the sharpshooters. We already got to see Bell to be brought on in. RT is actually going to be the very first choice for Vex, but we yet to see a Piper pick. We yet to see any other long range choices here for any of the teams really within the Southeast Asia outside of that Bell one-time pick. But look, maybe that won't be the need just yet, and maybe we are looking to poise into a little bit more of a mid-range sort of brawl here between Youngblood and Washed. But curious what is going to be their first pick, given that they could spec into bring in somebody like even a Crow or an Angelo as the starting pick, and see how that will really dictate the pace from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Angelo pretty solid in the knockout. Just those charged shots can give you, if they connect the opening, to sort of look for the collapse. So for the most part, it is a pretty solid opener. Will give you a lot to work with if you can find the openings. That does mean now that Youngblood will need to hug around those walls just a little bit more, which might mean that Wash then opt into some, or either they opt into the wall break to deny that Angelo a little bit more, or Wash do it because they want to open up those long angles so that Angelo can chip away. So both have the option. Pearl, pretty solid in terms of damage output, has been seeing, again, that rise in popularity in South Asia, and now obviously into Southeast Asia. Hasn't seen, I think, as many picks compared to South Asia, but still enough that it is on the rise.
Absolutely, yeah. The Piper will be a pretty solid pick, all things considered. Good range, good damage output as well here. Will be a pretty solid choice, all things considered, for Wash. Now, the main thing that I would probably say is maybe a little bit more heftiness in terms of the HP pool to really be brought on out from them, and then that would actually complete the whole lineup pretty well.
Coming out from Prime. We haven't seen it. We didn't see it yesterday. We haven't seen it today. Again, has seen a little bit of love in terms of recent patch notes and getting that hyper charge up as well. Loot around things out for Youngblood. So there's a lot of catch potential, and there is just a lot of explosive potential that can quickly turn this. And the Brock comes out, so they will have a little bit of wall break to work with. I think Youngblood, in terms of explosivity, definitely win this draft. But if played correctly, Wash definitely have a draft that can find some success.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely keen to see how will Grom be able to really shape up the battlefield here as well, because we already got to see, Brock. We really got to see a fair few other ones, and in terms of Grom's powers as well. Look, the introduction of something even like a foot patrol as his star power would be a pretty good way to really go about it.
Well, as we jump into it, and what could be the last match of this series, or could be the setup for our first full 5 mapper here, our only full 5 mapper in the semi-finals at the very least, potentially the grand finals to see it go that way. But in the knockout, you got to be careful. Positioning is key. You can already see Grom just sitting there trying to provide space from Prime. He's been a phenomenal player today, so any misstep from Wash could be a death sentence.
Exactly that. With already one of the core center walls destroyed, that opens up almost like a whole courtyard of the play to happen. Wash is certainly looking to push the envelope here to try to find some of the initial cheeky points for the dive and maybe isolate a few, but no, instead it's actually quite on the opposite. Young Blood looking to maybe push the offensive here to try to find a few more picks, but as it stands, nothing yet has been found. Superwalk is a little bit isolated, so if he gets dove into, that could mean a lot of problems. But as the covers are being diminished, so does the gas start coming in, and Celestial already takes a lot of damage.
And that cover going up to Prime, intentionally or not, keeps them alive for just a little bit longer before he falls. So does Minji, and it comes down to Vex, who clutches up. It's a big opportunity. They alleviate a lot of that pressure that they were struggling with at the start of the knockout here. But going into the second, if they take this next round, they get themselves at least a set up 4 map and series point, so they're in a good spot. Now, great kill on the Superwalk too.
Wow. Yeah, didn't even initially notice that one as well. But yeah, this is a complete and utter shutdown. Angelo trying to fight back, but even that, yeah, is getting shut down. Like you said, match point, series point is now on the horizon as Young Blood looking to really put the dent into the washed play and will send themselves into the grand finals against the Revenant. And well, for Revenant, they are enjoying their stay in the grand final. They're observing this carefully, and I would imagine will be making a few of the notes themselves.
Absolutely. And as we see them out onto the field, already we start to see some cover cleared. Walls going down, spaces opening up. You got to be careful. We saw that at the last one. Superwalk going down as quickly as he did, put the team in such a bad spot. And this time around, Wash are looking to go on the offensive, trying to create some space here. This Brock can definitely do that, especially if you get it supercharged up. You stack it on top for a lot of damage, and suddenly Youngblood find themselves under the pump. And Vex very much under the pump. He's going to be finished off courtesy of Celestial. Now to 2v3, Wash find themselves primed and ready, but Minji just duck and dive and dodge and around everything that is being output here currently. And if that gas comes in, they might just be able to find themselves a bit of a clutch up.
Yeah, this will be quite a heavy clutch potentially. And Minji, though, quite low in HP. Primey as well, tagged to all hell, needs to be very cautious where he pushes out. In comes the push from Superwalk, though. Celestial gets the better of Minji as well, and that is the round to be taken by the Washed. One more point to see if they can at least even out the scoreline here on Bounty. But man, oh man, this is a nerve-wrack. A nerve-wrack of a matchup specifically for Wash. They don't want to lose this out. They don't want to bow out now. They want to push this into the map number 5. But as it stands, Minji falls. That's a big one indeed. All of a sudden, Wash are priming themselves to get that point for themselves as well, and Bounty to make it 1-1. And yeah, on the side of Young Blood, not much of a response either for that sort of play, as the cover diminishes by the seconds.
Vex just trying to do it again. Celestial is very low, but the charge shot is an ever-present threat. Vex is just sending it back Troy's way, giving as good as he gets with the rocket connects there. Prime does have the super charged up, but it's not enough to get the kill onto Super. Who's going to survive? Vex walks out to his death. Super comes out for Celestial, and they are going to take it. We are going to a decider here on the knockout, and it could come down to this. This is potentially the last round of the semi-finals, and it would be enough to set Youngblood up into the grands against Revenant, or Wash could draw it out to that final map, to the Bounty, to see how things play out. And at this stage, both teams' drafts have shown what they're capable of. Unfortunately, there's just so much more threat out of the Angelo. If you cannot dodge the charge shots, you are in trouble.
Yeah, in comes, speaking of that, I think comes the charge shot as well there for a brief moment to really try to put a dent into Minji and his positioning too. So far, Young Blood are a little bit on the struggle here in terms of trying to find their own positioning, their own spot. But with Wash getting rid of quite a chunk of the cover as well, they might run into a bit of a problem if they get a little bit overzealous. Primey still wants to very much find an opening.
Yeah.
No, Superwalk absolutely shuts it all down. All of a sudden, once again, 2v3, Vex and Minji, not particularly the healthiest ones, but still can dish out some punishment. The problem being is that, yeah, the health pool is not the brightest one to play with.
Yeah, you've also got the long range through to the Angelo and the Brock as well, which is a bit of a rough spot.
Oh.
Super might get stunned up here. The freeze, it's enough. They're going to find one, find two.
Oh.
Now it's just the 1v2. Celestial in trouble. Minji has the HP advantage, gets the freeze.
Oh.
What a clutch up from Minji, and Vex there, turning it on its head. And one more. They booked themselves a spot in the grand finals. What a bailout.
Bailout indeed. Minji coming in big with the damage output, and yeah, between him and the RT of Vex as well, they managed to really bring it back, showcasing that Wash still need to be very wary about the positioning and the opportunities that are being presented despite being at the numbers advantage. Right now the position is not looking particularly too good for Youngblood. They are running out of the covers as well to play around with, and the range is not particularly too great either, but the burst does come on through, though absorbed by the shields of Super Walk at the moment. So yeah, right now Brock gets the prime opportunity to really just keep on chipping away at all of the positions.
Prime taking some damage there, but the regen is available. Minji with the hypercharge could be a problem. If he finds a perfect setup onto multiple, he's going to get the lockdown, get the freeze. He does land it on the edge. Celestial having to walk through the gaps. They found the isolation, and this should be and is guaranteed. Youngblood will take out map 4 and book themselves a spot alongside Revenant in the grand final. Washed, unfortunately, seemingly living up to their name. Despite the valiant effort they put up, they will drop out of the tournament, but at least they walk away with 500.
At the very least, yeah, they do walk out with some money to wrap up their run, but man, has to be one of the bigger heartbreaks here going into this whole bracket. Washed Esports had a very valiant approach, and that bounty definitely looked like they were just about to push it into the 5th map, but unfortunately, alas, not the case. Now up ahead, grand final, Revenant versus Youngblood is looking better than ever, and look, if anyone are out there to put the dent onto the performance of Revenant, it would be Youngblood.
It's still a very tall task. Despite a phenomenal set out of Wash, they will fall. Youngblood into the grand finals to see if they can take top, or will it be second seed. Revenant, their opponents, are an absolute juggernaut in the Southeast Asian Brawl Stars community. Coming back after the break, it's time for grand finals of our first monthly finals on the road to the Brawl Cup. Back again, and it is the final match of the weekend. Southeast Asia Grand Finals up on the cards. Of course, it has been an interesting bracket up until this point. Our last series, Youngblood versus Watch, gave us our first, well, non-sweep technically. It was only one map further than the others had been. But we now go to the Grand Finals. Revenant coming into Youngblood, and I mean, look, yes, I think you were very on the money there, Cthulhu. Youngblood might just be the best team to take down a team like Revenant, but again, that doesn't say much because it's still Revenant, and they're still, I would argue, that far ahead of the rest of the competition that anyone trying to take them down is going to have a mammoth task on their hands.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be still a tall order, no matter how you look at it. The David and Goliath sort of matchup. But amongst all of the challenges that came into this bracket, Youngblood certainly look like the most stable, the most consistent ones out of all of the teams that we got to see play outside of Revenant as well. And, I mean, we're looking at the overall performance. Whilst, yes, Youngblood still ended up losing out on the very first map that was the Brawl Ball. This just means that, you know, this is where they need to reinforce themselves. This is where they need to ensure that they're not really experimenting too far with their picks. They already know what Revenant do bring on in. They need to ensure that they just don't give them a single bit going in there if they do end up going into the Brawl Ball. Yeah, for our first map though, straight off the bat, open business. That is the knockout, and that is going to be a very hefty map, really, when you think about it. Semi-open map.
Starting with a map like the Hop Zone, going into open business. And I mean, obviously, the biggest storyline coming into this matchup, Prime versus his former team. Back in 2023, he was a member of the Revenant roster. And now coming back, it does give us a bit of a grudge match, so to speak. So I definitely think that he will have a lot to prove going into this matchup. You know, it is always one of those situations, a player versus their former team looking to prove that, look, they were always better than the sum of the parts that were the team that they were on. So going into it, I'm definitely keen to see how Prime can stand out against this Revenant roster, given how strong they're looking. And with the coin toss being concluded going into the draft, I mean, for Revenant, I don't think winning or losing really makes or breaks their comp and how they approach this. But for a team like Youngblood, definitely, this could be an opportunity for them to leverage something.
Yeah, I certainly think that for Youngblood, they will be even more dependent on the overall momentum that can be introduced here. And so, whereas, Revenant are sort of feeling like a very well-oiled machine that just keeps on rolling no matter what. So I would imagine the initial shutdown will be quite severe if that does come on through, depending on as well, how quick the games will keep on going, considering that Revenant have been so far on a path to what basically is a speed run, really, through the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting as well. Obviously, looking down the road towards the Brawl Cup and how things stack up. Revenant have always been, for the most part, a good team, but when you're coming up against the rest of the world in what likely will be the opportunity to play through the Brawl Cup and potentially further even into the LCQ, depending on how things go. So they're going to be looking to really ramp up their play this year. I'm very much excited. But into the draft, Berry, Lou, Poco banned out, Barley, Ollie, and Dynamite banned out. Vex going to open things with a Janet pick, and we have seen a decent amount of priority around her this weekend. More so, I would argue, for South Asia than Southeast Asia at the moment. But Draco, we haven't seen it out of Southeast Asia yet. Great pick.
Yeah. B as well, to reinforce that pick, would allow quite a fair bit of a damage output to come on through for Sergeant as well. So Revenant are already looking pretty strong, all things considered, in terms of their play. B as well, coming in pretty big with her win rate currently globally sitting at 54.69%, which is not a bad shout in general at all. Though, question being for Revenant, what do they introduce as the final one? With Poco being banned out, he was a pretty solid pick for them before, but now with him gone, who would be the one to replace, I suppose, that position?
Well, Draco with the B, it's going to be Hank and Janet coming into the hot zone. So, I mean, look, they've got the gap closed in the Janet, so they could be a little bit more liberal, I suppose, with that fighting. As to how well that plays out for them, I mean, it's really just going to have to come down to the game getting started and us seeing. Hank is going to offer a bit of frontline here. But again, yeah, no poker, no berry means that you lack a little bit of that sustain. Do you opt into something that is going to provide sustain, or do you just sort of double down a second backliner to play off the shoulder of Prime?
That's what I'm thinking as well. But the one thing that I have a bit of a concern is, yeah, Primey. Yeah, well, yeah, Juju was I was about to mention her. We brought on in with Primey not really having a whole heck of a lot of range as well for his damage will mean that, yeah, both Janet and Juju will need to be the ones to be closing in the distance. Frank as the final choice, I absolutely rate that one. We have a bit more of a mid-range, we have a lot more for the close range. So overall, if played correctly, Revenant actually has a really good setup for themselves to play out this hot zone.
Yeah, going into the first map of the grand finals, you can only imagine that for a team like Revenant, they want to get this done quick. They want to shut this one down, but for Youngblood, this is a massive opportunity for them to prove themselves in Southeast Asia, given this is their route towards international play and beyond. They have to take the road to the Brawl Cup, and it all starts here with these monthly finals. And as we jump into it to start things off, both teams have great front line. Not a huge amount of sustain line them, but Draco and Frank being together on the same team, that's a lot to burn through. And on the back lines, you've then got the B, who's going to be chipping away at you pretty heavily.
Yeah, Sergeant already copying the initial hit from Hank with Primey falling away already as well. That means that, yeah, for Revenant, they get to kick things off pretty smoothly. The 9, well, now 13% now to keep on going, and destroying the walls means that the Hank is just that little bit less effective as well, less tanky. The problem for response, 1 HP and a dream does get popped at the end by Juju. As of now, yeah, look, while still a good control overall of the area, not a whole heck of a lot of cover to back out of, and now have to forfeit the hot zone itself. But a response coming in play does actually get the finisher. The Hank does get the kill himself, and that's a full-on wipe. Does allow Youngblood to actually get themselves on the board as well.
Mountain Drake is an absolute menace to society, honestly. The amount of damage, the amount of stain. Temporary invulnerability also has to work, but it's very, very scary. He's going to chip away at bags. Janet takes this guy's Prime's doing a lot to the team to try and get through this, and then Hiroshi left to his own devices on the right-hand side on the Juju. But there you go, Draco mounts up once again, trying to avoid the damage coming out of Bex. X9J does fall, but he's just going to survive. A little bit of temporary invincibility, and that's on Sergeant. Can't quite get the clear, can't quite take Prime out. Will just have to sort of subsist on the objective as best he can. You can see the time has been good for Revenant. Response there, still taking things up as this Draco, and that temporary invulnerability does contribute towards that need. Brute force funneling their way into this objective. Prime takes to the skies, and it will be Revenant taking the first round of the hot zone here on Open Business.
And Jaden getting swatted away there by Frank at the end, as well as a bit more of a like assault on a wound there from Revenant players. But yeah, look, this was a pretty excellently done brawl, and I mean, you're looking at the way how Youngblood played it out, they arguably have a much better turnaround in terms of the frags. Unfortunately, they couldn't just convert it into the absolute points for themselves, but maybe this will be the opportunity for them. Round number 2 is upon us. Sergeant already taking quite a fair bit of damage, but the initial contention of the hot zone is in favor of Revenant X Spark.
Yeah, some big damage there under response. He's actually going to get the finisher on to Sergeant. This time Bex definitely finding a little bit more success here. Has supercharged up as well. They're getting their money's worth on the hot zone at the moment. Finds himself yet another pick to take their opportunity. Prime slowed. X9J does not have the HP to step back out once again because of that chip shot that has been coming out from Prime. Response now onto the objective is going to get the super up, so next time off spawn is going to be a little bit more of a problem to deal with when they get themselves in. The Janet is going to be able to funnel in, finish off a lot of these low targets. The priorities on Bex and of course Hiroshi on the Juju to get that initial damage out. Prime in, he's going to be able to finish a lot off, but X9J still alive, pops the Gree, pops Prime. Back on the objective, has the hypercharge up and available as well. Sergeant also packing that super. Definitely see what the game plan was here from this Youngblood team. Unfortunately, it's proving a lot harder to pull off than they initially thought.
Ooh, yeah, especially with Vex going down. Now it's time to really start punching in. Response is getting in on the tail of the Youngblood roster. Prime trying to find some sort of a resolve here, and actually does get the frag before getting eliminated himself. And just like that, once again, Revenant are in control of the scoring. But my god, at some point, this was actually such a close venture between these two rosters. But as it stands, Revenant and Spark going into another battle. Sergeant falls. Actually, this could still be a pretty good return on the investment. And with Response falling, Youngblood are back onto the potential scoring as well.
There you go, great time. They are closing that gap now within 10%. Response taking big damage, so is Sergeant, and they're about to overtake. Sergeant does have the super, he's going to try and drop it, but he's taken out before he can. And so, with that overtake now from Youngblood, they are just going to tick it on over and tie it up, send us to the decider here on Open Business Hot Zone. This better play from Youngblood, they get the damage that they were looking for. So,
yeah, a lot of execution.
Yeah, they're definitely looking a little bit cleaner.
And the fact that they did manage the Frank in the early game to prevent him from destroying the wall quickly did allow Vex to actually pump out so much more damage as well. So this is absolutely solid what we're seeing from them as well. Once again, another poke coming on in, another one to potentially come on through. The Sergeant is hurting a lot, but at the very least, X9J is able to still keep on just sticking around just the border of that hot zone to be able to get a few more capture points. Vex does fall courtesy of the B's utility on top of Frank's damage, and this is now a good opportunity to just get back to scoring, because whilst they were away, 20% for Youngblood means just gotta stick around for a few more seconds just to even out the scoreline at the very least. But with Sergeant falling, that's once again, that's your squishiness out of the equation.
I mean, we really are sort of seeing the min-maxing of the Hank so far this tournament. Sergeant trying to get in, loses all his AP before he can get into close. Response, he's going to drop the super, just starts chewing through Vex. Will he be able to get the kill off? Yes, temporary invulnerability means that he almost takes down Prime as well. And B, is he going to be able to connect? Yes, X9J opens it up, and the hypercharge comes out from Sergeant. Just on the tail end, finds the pick, and now it will be Revenant taking their spot on the hot zone. Looking priority for the hypercharge coming out from Prime as well on the Janet, takes to the skies, looking for the shutdown. Vex falls, and now Prime's well out of position.
Yeah, a bit of an overextend there really from Youngblood means just way too many problems, way too many things to really deal with, and yes, Sergeant has to fall back, but playing around that cover now has the ability to really put in the stun, and this is actually huge. In the meantime, though, Response is struggling and vulnerability is there. Does get the better of Vex. No, can't get the second one. Primey nearly escapes it all, but all for nothing really, as well, yet again, 88, now 90% in favor of Revenant and X-Spark as they're looking to inch that away very, very quickly.
Yeah, brilliant stuff out of Revenant. They deny any chance of the reverse sweep here on the hot. Get it done, they will take the map lead in this best of 5. Puts them in a great spot. I mean, Sergeant X9J playing out of their mind, but the same definitely can be said from Prime. Absolute stunner of a match from him there on the Open Business. Shooting Star Bounty up next. I mean, this is an iconic map, iconic game mode. Going into it, both teams will have played it plenty, so they know exactly what they need to be doing and what they need to do to find success. In the grand scheme, it could be anyone's. I think it still leans more towards Revenant than it does necessarily Youngblood, but in saying it, Youngblood still played very well.
Oh yeah, Youngblood still have a great opportunity here to just steal away the show going into it. I mean, they managed to show that exact very case in just their previous, in the semifinals really, where the first map, yeah, unfortunately was lost by them, but going to the remainder of those matches during the semis, yeah, they managed to really smash it all out of the park. So I think here it might be the at least slightly similar case where they adjusting to the playstyle of their opponents, and straight into map 2 they go in with full on swing. I would imagine, you know, somebody like you know, with well, a brawler with a bit more, I guess, agility, if not the longer range, would be a pretty solid choice here. So somebody like Crow, somebody like Fang, maybe even Jean would be a phenomenal pick. RT as well, that has been a pretty staple pick for a number of rosters here in the Southeast Asia. Wouldn't be a bad choice at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, okay, so Juju is just going to be banned out. Same with the Angelo, given that they can walk on water, so to speak. But yeah, Tick, Juju, Angelo banned out by Revenant, Carl, Sprout, and Angelo banned out by Youngblood. It's going to be Gus. We haven't seen too much of the Gus here in Southeast Asia. Great long-range threat, offers a great amount in terms of support as well, in the grand scheme of things. So I wouldn't be surprised if that can probably find a bit of success here on the Brawler.
Yeah, the Gus, at least remembering even just South Asia as well, he got quite a fair bit of playtime and was able to really turn a few of the matches around pretty substantially. So I'm all for it. I'm all keen for the Gus appearance here. Matter of fact, I'm surprised that he's only now coming out really here. But the Youngblood range could be very much a key choice here. And well, Gene is the one as a response.
Yeah, so positioning is going to have to be very, very key. The Piper as well. Marksmen have been few and far between here in Southeast Asia, but Piper, arguably one of the best from long range, does have a little bit of security, and the Piper just going to jump away from all the danger, clear some of those walls as well. So positioning wise, you're going to have to be very, very careful. I mean, what do you put into this comp for Youngblood? You're obviously going to want something that isn't too heavily punished by either the Gene or the Piper, so that either means tank, bulk, or potentially just mobility to avoid those shots outright. And Eve, okay, look, we did see it last year, can obviously float over the water and find a bit of effect if those eggs get out. Yeah, look, it can be something that does work quite well on this map at the moment, but if I remember correctly, last time we saw it played, it wasn't great. Melody, okay, so Youngblood looking to gamble a little bit.
Yeah, a bit more mobility, a bit more, well, just out of pocket maybe to a certain degree of a pick. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a little bit more confident towards the Revenant's picks in comparison to Youngblood, but I am intrigued. Let's just say that in terms of how Youngblood are looking to really play out their own momentum and what kind of damage they are looking to introduce to this map number 2. I mean, Shooting Star is one of those maps where if you do fall behind, comebacks are quite hard. So maybe
well,
that
I mean,
point will get
to round it out, Old Lobber can be very, very strong, especially with the hypercharge coming through. If you land it in the right place, we've already seen it come out this weekend. To great effect. You can already see Sargent walks on and will be the one to take up the blue star for the team, and backs off, knows that they can play pretty safe from here, doesn't have to overcommit, and they've got a decent spread. Response just sitting there as this menace of a G just zoning, and look at that, yeah, X9J takes Primey out. The power of the Piper.
Yeah, the long range capabilities are going to be quite disgusting really to work with, and quite difficult to really contest in every sort of point. Vex, yeah, will have to be very cautious about how he really plays it all out. In the meantime, Primey and Minji are looking to really push the envelope here, and yeah, the Piper, she needs to really start backing away, because whilst on range she's great, in a close-out brawl, yeah, she would fall pretty quickly. That's the last thing that you want to have happen to you. But the minute remaining,
Old Lobber's out. Yeah, the pop-in available to the super for X9J will bail him out more than likely from any sort of significant threat. Minji working his way up and caught by the Gene. That is why you have to position carefully when Gene is on the board and in the hands of someone like Response. Yeah, it just makes it all the worse. Minji has the super. Start to stack up those notes. We'll start looking to dash on through. The hypercharge even available for X9J. It's 5-0. And I think they're just waiting, begging, please, just jump on it. Minji is going to oblige. Super's popped. And you can see Prime takes so much damage to pop in to get out. Response with the hook into the shot from X9J. And yeah.
He is ready.
That is just prime Gene territory.
That was just an absolute clinic that has been put on. Yeah, with 7 seconds remaining, not much of an opportunity to really gain yourself any more than a couple points. And yeah, look, 3-pointer is all great, but Revenant are looking to really put in the damage here. And wow, what a round already coming out of this bounty. Not really much that could have been done, and yeah, just a simple outrange and have the ability to still contest on mid-range has been working just absolute wonders here for Revenant, especially now that they are able to quickly capture the blue star first.
Yeah, I'm just really not quite sure what the Eve offers here in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Super potentially opens some avenues, but Prime Force, yeah, just 2 quick kills. Sergeant dodges out like an absolute criminal. How does he get away from that? You can see Menji is on the hunt now. Does throw the hook out. But the damage coming out. X9J is just going to town currently.
Owie. Yeah, that one's gonna hurt really here for Youngblood, seeing as they just losing out this momentum so early for themselves means that, well, opportunities for a return on the investment are not particularly too great. Here comes the hook here. That's Chi-Chi quite wholeheartedly here, as we are now on 11-0 points. Once again, opportunities for comeback are very scarce. And
yeah, Hiroshi.
We're looking at the second point for Revenant. Yeah.
I mean, you can respect the Hiroshi pick of the Melody, but it has just not found the traction they want. There is just too much kite, too much threat from range. And you need to close that gap. And wow, just a jump out, trying to find safety there from Vex. And Prime again dropped. X9J just putting in the hard yards.
And it's amusing as well, just
proving that he deserves this spot on the Revenant team.
Yeah, it's amusing as well that Revenant got to really play just on the back lines pretty thoroughly and just offering Youngblood as like, come on, step into our territory. How about this? And well, whilst Minji is able to get the better of response, 17-8 is still a dire ground to really play around with, and Primey is not looking particularly too happy. And yeah, there we go. There's 19. Potentially, we're even gonna reach 20 before the countdown finishes. Brawl ensues. Actually, 16. All of a sudden, some potential for a comeback here. 19 all. A match.
But the blue star goes the way of Youngblood, so they will tie it up. That is tiebreaker. I wouldn't have thought that was what it came down to in the end, but yeah, that's just crazy.
All right, well, that's a turnaround that I did not expect, really, at the end of it. But Youngblood, wow, at the last, quite literally, the final second, being able to edge it out is one heck of a way to really pull that off. One more round for the go. And so far, well, Sergeant didn't really start this off too particularly comfortably. Actually, full-on offensive to come out from Youngblood, as they realize that the moment they are able to pressure the 2 rollers that can soak up a bit of damage before Piper is able to output some damage, will mean a plethora of problems for Revenant.
I mean, X9 now having that super up means that he's got a little bit of added security. He can jump over the bottom, but he gets the baby boom coming through to Vex. He's just going to send those little alien babies up the field to try and harass and harangue, but you look at it, response now has the hook up, the super is available for the G. So anyone stepping out of position is likely going to be caught, pulled, and probably exploded if they can find the line up, or Hiroshi just avoids the disaster there. Almost gets clipped by the tail end of that attack from response. Another shot going Prime's way, but he just steps back out of range. He is really limit testing the outer limits of this Piper, and again, just pixels off the mark. If that connects, he is losing a substantial amount of his HP. That wall is no security either, because response does have that hook. If they can find the connection, Vex is just going to have to jump out. Yeah, knows full well the thread of that gene at the moment.
Yeah. Jay, though, actually continuing to output some pretty consistent damage, being able to catch the timings on the Primey's picks, forcing him off yet another peak, off another push. 25 seconds remaining, only 1 star difference here, but it will be 1 star to make that said difference here. And Jay, pressured quite a lot. In comes the push from Youngblood. They are needing to go for that Hail Mary, and yeah, the super coming on out to dip out, but no! Absolutely stolen away. Minji is able to run away with this, and it is a tragedy and a half. Without any damage, Youngblood do claim themselves the point themselves.
The criminality of a Melody coming into that matchup there. Yeah, Bounty just snuck away. Youngblood gonna force us into an actual series. The set is warming up. And I mean, look, it came down to, I think, more than anything, poor positioning by X9J. He took too much damage, stepped too far into the left-hand side of the field. Hiroshi then pops in with the Melody, is able to then clearly get out, and the rest of the team, the Gus and the Ebert, already backed themselves off. They weren't in a position to be threatened. And now going into the heist, map 3. I mean, look, last grand finals for South Asia, 3-0 sweep. Pretty cleanly done this time around. We are going just that one step further, so we are going to get to see, at least explore a little bit more of this map pool.
Oh, yeah. There's still an opportunity to, you know, have this a pretty close venture here from both teams. And yeah, like I mentioned before, you know, Youngblood had that sort of thing going in the semifinals where the first map fell through pretty substantially, where we started doubting them straight from the get-go, whereas map 2, 3, and 4 were very much off their own claim there in one capacity or the other. So quite possibly this could be the same thing where they're just starting to ramp up now and going into map number 3, that is the Kaboom Canyon for the heist as well. A map that does require you know, a fast DPS for the play and does reward the aggression. This is where I think Youngblood could really put their stake on the competition as well.
Youngblood also taking the coin toss, so it gives them a little bit more priority in terms of what they want to pick off the back of that ban phase. I mean, look, they are looking pretty clean. Youngblood, I mean, again, Prime is an absolute monster of the Southeast Asian Brawl Stars community. He's been there, he's done that, he's played for Revenant, he's done about as much as you could possibly want in the scene. He's made himself his way back into competitive play now. He's also got himself a very solid roster. I mean, Hiroshi and Vex playing off the back of him are looking very, very clean. But it is still Revenant. They are still inarguably the best team that Southeast Asia has to offer. And the Amber, Melody, Penny going to be banned out immediately, but it's answered by a Crow, a Griff, and a Penny as well. So Vex going to opt into the very first, which Brawl, Barley wasn't banned out, so it will be an option there if Revenant want to take that round.
Yeah, Barley wouldn't be a bad idea here to be introduced, all things considered. On top of that, something like even, well, a repick of Ollie for a little bit more chunkiness, really, to be introduced wouldn't be a bad idea to top it all off. Stu is still very much available. Maybe even, you know, Mortis for the mobility, but B is actually going to be the first choice for the Sergeant. And we got to see a little bit of B performance here out of the Revenant, but it was a bit of a hit and miss on a few occasions within the hub zone.
Yeah, it's definitely not the end of the world. I think it's going to give them a lot to play off of, a lot of damage. So it means you can then, again, sort of lean more into sort of frontline tankiness for Revenant. Just gives them a little bit more, I suppose, gap for Sergeant to go to work on this beat. So the response from Youngblood. Okay, so the Colt coming through. You did say yesterday you wondered if it was going to come through. I said, look, probably less than likely, but with the bans coming in, Colt, I think, lines up reasonably well.
Yeah, Colt does help to provide some nice sort of safe damage here to come on through. So between, I mean, him, maybe Amber as well, that would have been the choice. But with that now locked in and Amber obviously banned out in the earlier stages, it's down to Jay to really sort of wrap up this whole lineup. I would be expecting something to bring a little bit more heftiness once again in terms of the health pool, but with still a fair bit of mobility. Ollie does fit into this dynamic really, really well. And once again, we do actually get to see the repetition of Eve.
Coming out for Hiroshi this time, though, so a bit of a switch up in terms of the play. So they've got 2/3 set for each team. They know likely what the game plan is going to be, of course. Now, how do they bring it home? How do they round this out comfortably and give themselves a position of strength to work from going into the remainder of this grand final, of course? I mean, there is, again, still a lot on option. I think, yeah, Revenant definitely do struggle in terms of frontline, but they've also got the damage, for the most part, to just cut through Youngblood. The big question, okay, so Daryl coming out for Youngblood, that is a little bit scary for Revenant. Yes, they've got the ability to chew through a Daryl, but Daryl just has so much gap close.
Oh yeah, Daryl can do a lot of damage here, and I'm not even too sure what will be, you know, the good response here, just because, well, if you bring somebody like Frank, you don't really have much of the range to try to contest for that. Maybe El Primo for the quick to you know cut down on that distance as quickly as possible. But even then, you know, it's still, in terms of the brawls, you have to be really up close and personal to really engage with them. Instead, it's a Kenji pick. Okay. A bit more of an agility point.
Yeah, look, I mean, committing to, I suppose, that aggression just a little bit more here. They are going to be looking to do damage. To be fair, it is a high damage team between the B, the Colt, and the Kenji. They should be able to chip through the Youngblood lineup. But into an Eve, yeah, it is definitely going to struggle. They've not given themselves an easy angle into this game. It is very much going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Certainly so now. Well, going to map number 3. After that, 2 more should we need it. Heist up and upon us. Look, this one is gonna be a spooky time. I'll have to say that. That bush line in the middle will be a very dangerous adventure to really play around with. But straight off the bat, it's Kenji going in for the hunt, and hunt he will.
Yeah, look, he's got the super up as well. He's just completely gutted Hiroshi there. He's looking to finish Primey as soon as that invulnerability comes up. Super's back up. Okay, so while, yes, it might struggle just a little bit, and Daryl might just be the run-it-down brawler, when Kenji's able to get up the map as quickly as he is and get that much damage out, you are probably going to struggle. And the thing is, he doesn't even need to find damage on the safe there. All he needs to do here is get that super back up so that when he comes off squad, he can just absolutely chew through this Youngblood roster and then work onto the safe itself. And there you go, big damage coming out. Vex is gone, response will be finished, but they also do find Hiroshi as well. So at this stage, Revenant still having a huge amount of HP to work with in their safe, and the same cannot be said for Youngblood. Sargent comes a lot of damage there from Vex off the hypercharge. He's going to get some HP back every time he attacks. He will be a little bit healthier. The regen starts, so he's going to go straight in onto that save. Prime realizes he might have to back off, but with Daryl respawn, it is going to be enough to zone for the moment. That baby boom coming out cold. Just rip it to terror, and there you go, in onto the back line. Sargent once again down to 13%. Will be finished off, but a lot of damage done. They can't get themselves in the hypercharge. Sugar Swell coming out. I think, yeah, this is just going to be Revenant winning. I'm sorry. Sargent has done enough on this Genji that they should be able to take this. He gets in on the back line. He's just going to keep doing this. The rest of the team has the damage to just completely roll over them, hold off that push inevitably. So, yeah, it's definitely a rough spot to be in for Youngblood.
Yeah, for Youngblood as well, they had to utilize Barry's super as well there, just to try to hold off Kenji from any sort of point. Vex actually does get the better of 2 of the players of Revenant, and now is the prime opportunity to actually put in the hurt onto the safe. 31 versus 9%. Sargent just needs to do a few more dashes to do anything, and certainly it will be the case. Yeah, the super does close it all out first round into the hands of the Revenant.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Kenji was designed to do. They've got a comp that can just explode Youngblood. To be fair, they did stem the bleeding just a little bit there. Youngblood felt like they were about to right the ship, and the Berry was just able to do what the Berry's meant to do, which is just get tax down, Sugar Swell onto the safe, and then just burn it away that way. Daryl as well, much the same. So they need some answer to Sargent, but with the X9J getting the damage out that he is, Sargent comes on through. He's looking to charge up that super. He's going to find himself 2. Super goes out. Hiroshi in the wings is just going to regen back up. Vex now has the super up in response. And speaking of response, he's backed into a corner and dropped. Luckily, X9J has great damage.
Yeah, X9J being able to shut down the Daryl is going to be a huge opportunity here. With now the walls being shut down as well, that's a prime entry point as well. Sargent just needs the middle wall to be gone as well to just allow for just that much of an easier time to get on through towards the safe. But on the side of Youngblood, though, losing out and not being able to dive as efficiently as so far Revenant been able to is certainly a problem, to say the very least. Super comes on through from Kenji, does dash away, is able to keep on dealing even more. That's another set of damage that does come on through. Falls, but the damage is already done. 9% is a hefty price to pay.
I mean, the problem is, Vex, anytime he's actually in a position to try and get close to the safe, he's just been burst out by response in X9J. They are going to look to jump on in. That Sugar Swell hypercharge coming through, so it will mean that they are going to be able to sustain a little bit, or they were, until it runs out. Sargent does go down, but so does Hiroshi.
Yeah, with Hiroshi out of the equation, or at least temporarily, things could get rather dicey. 54 seconds to go still. And right now, Youngblood, tearing it through. Finally, they do reach the safe, but is there enough time to really keep on dishing out the damage? And it certainly is. 56, 54, 52% as Vex does fall finally. But now it's Kenji tearing away at the safe itself. Primey's gone. Minji is up next. So is Vex. No, Sergeant falls. 30 seconds to go. Youngblood are within the reach to still be able to inch away a few more percent of health before the time runs out.
And Vex has to play cut up, and it is going to allow Sergeant deep onto the save. X9J now needs to play defense. 32%. Can he stop two? Response coming in as well. Going to body block up. X9J goes down, but Vex is in on. Drops the gadget. Minji's there as well. It's going to come to a race, and Youngblood win it. They're going to go to the decider here on Heist.
Wowee. Close game, no matter how you look at this. Youngblood are coming in swinging here, and once again coming out with an absolute heist here, pun unintended here, really just stealing away from the Revenant's pacing and Revenant's momentum. The Kenji pick has been pretty good, all things considered, but unfortunately for them, just not enough damage in comparison to Daryl, and that is where things really did fall through.
I mean, Youngblood keep clutching up. They keep pulling these out of the hat. As we get back in, you can already see Sergeant doing what Sergeant was meant to do. Hiroshi does fall, though. Response finding the opening. Sergeant will... I mean, he's done this consistently. Every single round. Gets himself in. Gets massive damage onto the save. It's then ultimately cleaned up, and will have to walk his way back up. But Vex comes in. Does have that super as well, looks to cut deep, and now Sergeant has to drop the super because all this while Vex is just going to town. Sergeant has to find some openings for himself, looking to get the HP back up. X9J will finish off Vex, but it's at the cost of Sergeant as well. Finds Hiroshi. Hiroshi wins it. Sugar Swirl out is going to heal him up once again. Sergeant, he's not going to find an opening that side of the map. It is a 10% difference at this stage. Vex gets on. It's not enough damage to split the difference. It is still enough of a gap that currently Revenant hold that lead in terms of overall HP. Prime jumps himself back. X9J well up in the thick of it. It's going to be Sergeant meeting Vex. Sergeant has the super. He's going to drop it onto the safe. More damage. But Vex, yeah, it just carries on through. And it's Hiroshi as well. They've really split the difference here. And Minji, if he can find an opening here for the Sugar Swirl, they've taken the lead. They might just take the whole darn map too.
Could very much be the opportunity. Vex is once again looking to jump on in.
No, he's got it. That's it.
He's gone in.
That's game. That's map. What a steal from Youngblood.
Youngblood, my goodness. Once again, coming out swinging here. And now that's the map number 3, all done and dusted. Into the sneaky fields we go. Youngblood, 2 times in a row now on the map advantage here. They need only now to win one more map, that is the sneaky fields. Now Brawl Ball did not particularly go well for them last time during the semifinals. Question being is the map change enough for that? Because as we look back to now, the momentum control has been a bit all over the place really for them. For Revenant, they are struggling. They cannot seem to find the right footing for themselves to get on board for the points. They get the early momentum going, but in the endurance game, they falter through.
Yeah, I mean, look, definitely Revenant backed themselves into a little bit of a corner there with the draft. It definitely felt like Youngblood were going into it a little bit stronger with what they'd picked. They clearly had a much more solidified game plan. I mean, getting the very end, the Daryl going into a heist at the best times is rough, but yeah, getting it so freely with not much of an answer. Going into the Brawl Ball, I mean, the fact that Youngblood are now on for, I mean, not a full reverse sweep, given that it wasn't a 2-match start, but enough that it is pretty much darn close and might as well be considered one. Going into it, yeah, Youngblood primed, ready to steal this one away, and Prime at the helm, looking to prove that he was much more than just his former org.
Certainly so, yeah. His experience bleeding into what was already a pretty solid performance between Minji and Vex has been a pretty phenomenal turnaround, all things considered. Whereas, yeah, for the Revenant X Spark, whilst they still are a force to be reckoned with, Certainly, just letting it slip away on multiple occasions right at the end of each one of the rounds. That has to be quite a fair bit of a tilter, honestly.
Absolutely, and I mean, heading into the draft as well, Lou, Berry, and Nita ban out. It is, of course, going to be Maisie, Lou, and Poco. So, Lou copping the ban on both sides of this draft is pretty understandable given what he offers to teams in terms of lockdown. You got to be very, very careful. It's Frank coming out first for Revenant. I mean, no Poker to back it up. It's not the end of the world, but at the Brawl Ball, yeah, you couldn't really ask for much, a much better, ball carrier for a team.
True, yeah. Frank can do quite a lot of work, even by himself, and the ability to really put a stun around him as a super to then be able to just keep on running with the ball is certainly a boon to keep upholding with. Now, the question being is what kind of agility brawlers can you bring over? Will it be Mortis? Will it be somebody even like Janet? But okay, El Primo to come out from Vex. We are going straight for pound, I see.
Yeah, I mean, much the similar vein as the Frank pick, of course, going to be offering largely so that same facilitation role in terms of frontline. I think Primo probably offers a little bit more, just that added mobility. He's going to be sitting pretty happy. Should be able to get the flying elbow press off onto whatever the backline is for Revenant pretty freely, clear up some of those opportunities. But, I mean, it's still early on in the drafting phase. There is still answers to be had.
Well, in the meantime, still a few thoughts are being exchanged here. Ooh, Surge to bring it out from Minji. Not a bad choice, all things considered, and obviously going into the later game would be able to output quite a substantial amount of damage with the upgrades. I'm curious what is going to be the response from Revenant to that, though, because you could go the path of, I guess, the throwers as well, and try to just zone Surge out as much as possible, or try to maybe introduce somebody like, well, we have Jean maybe even, or even somebody like Gray, to just hook him in and just try to isolate him maybe from the rest of the matchup. But no, it's a staple pick now, a B to be introduced by Revenant Spark.
Interesting. The B coming out again. I mean, it did all right. I wouldn't say it's probably the best pick into this so far. I definitely think the Surge has the potential, as well as the El Primo and the Spike as well. Okay, so look, they've got the Frank frontline. They've got the tools to play off the back of it. Youngblood have the answer, and that's where the most concern is coming for me at the moment.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side. I'm not too sure if Spike and B are enough to actually supplement the Frank here for the push. Whilst the Frank pick had me sold, the El Primo plus Surge certainly feeling a little bit more fresher, I guess, in terms of how the execution from Youngblood could really come through here.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Revenant definitely. Oh, the Meeple coming in. Okay. So that's, that is a little bit concerning, given what he enables the team to do, and that now once that super is available, you're not going to be able to hug walls. Also, if he gets the dice tower off, you're just going to be locked in and pretty much fodder. If you can also line it up with a flying elbow press plus just a huge amount of disengage, you could lock down the ball even. So yeah, I do rate the Meeple pick, honestly.
Yeah, Meeple pick would be absolutely quite potent here under the right circumstances, and I think we may have just found the right circumstance here going into all of this. I mean, a lot of the damage can be outputted here and a pretty long range as well on top of it. Look, we might just have quite the game on our hand.
Yeah, and Sergeant is suddenly locked up. It's because that is ultimately the power of the Dice Tower. It doesn't even have to be used in a fight. You just lock up one brawler entirely, and then from there, okay, never mind. Or you just blow the other team into Kingdom Come and walk the ball into goal. So, I mean, I can understand what the game plan was with the Meeple pick here, but if your team just dies, Sergeant's not going to fall for a prize. Vex goes in, he's dead. He's going to go for a great jump, does set up the kill onto response, but you look at it, Minji's very low. Hiroshi only so much longer for this world. The critical success does go down for Prime. There was a plan. There was definitely a plan. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, that plan has not worked out the way they wanted it to. They will catch response this time, which isolates him from the fight. I think it's the prime target. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long enough for Vex to get anywhere near the gold, so they will take him out. Super Kick is there for response. He's got the boxes in support, not to mention Sergeant. So yeah, look. Okay. So just bounces on him. Yeah. Like, I can understand what the move was meant to do. It's just not working.
Yeah, an utter shutdown there. No matter how you look at it, it was just a bit of a brutal turnaround, all things considered, for the Youngblood roster. Despite the fact that on paper, the roster looked pretty good, but they can't really do much. And that's another one bite the dust. Vex can't even get close. Really, he does go in for the dive, but just can't find the finisher. Two very low brawlers, and Primey is not even in the position to find a finisher himself.
Look, I can understand. I can understand what the game plan was for Youngblood, and it was, in theory, it was a very, very good draft. It was a little bit too high IQ, I think, and as a result, it is working against him, but there you go. That's what the count is meant to do, and he can shoot through walls. Unfortunately, it's response. He's a Frank. He's very tanky, and you just you can't do it.
Can't do it at all. In an attempt to try to claim the ball here, Youngblood are struggling so severely to find their own foothold that Sergeant is just going to eliminate Primey as well here. And whilst we were just about to spell the serenades for Youngblood to be able to come out the victor and make the upset happen, it seems like Revenant's part are far from being done with this whole game. And with the stun as well, that is the quickest game of Brawl Ball I've seen, just period.
Yeah, look, Revenant gets it done. A bit of a rough spot to be in, of course, but at least they do have the bailout, I suppose. It's not over just yet. There is still Hard Rock Mine to go as we head to the gem grab. So winning that third map does give Youngblood at least an avenue out. They are not done by any stretch of the imagination, but still very, very quick. Five maps that we've played so far.
Oh yeah, extremely quick. Five maps so far that we get to witness, and finally the introduction, I say introduction, we finally do get to see the Hard Rock Mine within this weekend. First time at all. Youngblood do win out the coin toss as well, which should give them a little bit more of the opportunity to make the timely decision for their roster for the final one. The one that really will be, making the biggest impact here. Forget all the previous maps. This is where you get it done and dusted.
Absolutely. And going at gem grab, the problem has been, at least for me, that Revenant's drafting has been a little bit lackluster, I probably guess is the right word. It's not that they're drafting bad, but they're definitely not drafting to what could be considered their strengths, I think, in terms of what they're playing. But Youngblood, very much still in this. They have been playing out of their minds so far.
That is true, yeah. Youngblood being able to really bring in their performance has been a treat, honestly, given that how one-sided things were leading up to the grand finals, apart from the Youngblood game against against their opponents in the semifinals, which was Watched Esports. Everything else seemed pretty one-dimensional, really. So now getting to see this full 5-mapper is definitely quite a treat for ourselves. Lou as the pick with Max as a choice for Revenant. Well, we were talking about that, the picks from Revenant were looking a little bit bleak. Well, maybe Max will be able to spice things up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 8-Bit Mr. P and Stu being banned out. Juju, Ollie, Mr. P, again, being banned out. So you work with what you've got. Lou is going to offer a little bit of lockdown for the team, just in those basic attacks. And obviously Sergeant paired with Anita. So Max, Anita. So there's going to be a lot of movement on this map, plus a lot of threat coming out of Anita. And Bruce, of course, once he's thrown down. Oh boy. Youngblood are going to have even more to chew through now.
Yeah. A lot of problems, a lot of possibilities here as well. Main thing here for them is that they need to have a very strong mid control, which would lead to fairly easy wins. Good thing at least as well is that the lanes are pretty well separated, so that would allow, you know, at least a bit of a split in terms of where some of the brawlers can be positioned. On top of that, the bushes as well, in terms of how they posted around the map, allow quite a few really good flanking opportunities. So for a brawler like Melody as well, this would actually be quite a potent opportunity for Primey to really lead his team into the victory.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble though. It is very much a feast or famine situation. If he can find success, he's going to find a lot of it. But if he does get caught, if he does get shut down, yeah, he's gonna find a rough sort. But I mean, into the max, you kind of explode max far from what you would consider tanky. So it'd be a prime target for Youngblood and how they want to take it out. But the kiddies well, so they're doubling down on the heavy all-in here for Youngblood. They want to fight. They want to fight very heavily, and Kit can sit in the back pocket of Prime on that Melody, keep healing him up and making it so that he's just that much harder to finish off. Revenant, what do they round out this final map of the grand finals with to answer what is a Melody Kit Lou combo? It's going to be a Buster, so a bit of frontline.
Buster, yeah, okay, right. Buster did have a fair bit of an impact in just the right composition back in South Asia as well just yesterday. So I'm quite excited to see how Buster will be able to really get utilized here as well. Honestly, look, it's everyone's game here. Revenant, I rate their picks. I rate the Nita choice here as well. On top of Max, a lot of mobility, a lot of damage to really output there. And for Youngblood, this will be a bit of a gamble, like you said, Panda.
We love a bit of gamble at the end of the day. Yeah, it's a risk. It's a calculated risk. I think definitely Revenant have the tools, but unfortunately that explosive potential coming out of Youngblood might be a little bit to overcome. Especially with the Lou, if they find a target to isolate and stun out with the freeze, you suddenly have a Melody and a Kit collapsing on you, and you're in a lot of trouble. So I think, yeah, they're going to be relying on Sergeant on the max to try and get those gems moving as quickly as possible. And you can see it, just X9 sitting on the back lines, trying to help the Buster as well. Response with the montage is going to be integral to the success of this play.
Certainly so. Already some good plays, and that's the hook as well. Minji gets shut down pretty quickly. Kit is out there to try to grab maybe a couple of the gems, but that is not how it's gonna look. And look, yeah, Revenant kicking it off pretty well. 5 points on to Sergeant. He needs to stay alive pretty thoroughly, and as a Max, he should have the ability to really make it work. And my God, look at the speed of that.
I mean, Deck's a little bit off the mark there, unfortunately, with his super missed out an opportunity. Montage is going to be there. Sergeant still chipping away at that damage. 6-3, the gem count here. Revenant playing this comp very well. They will have the next spawn, of course, so they should be able to take it, which is why you see Dex moving up as aggressively as he is. But Sergeant ducking, diving to dodge it, will get himself the 7th. Vex, that is just going to be a handoff until we hit that 10 gem mark. Big damage coming out onto Vex. Sergeant connecting very well. Now Sergeant being slowed. Has to pull back. They are going to have the spawn here, which is why Vex is playing so aggressively. They want to make sure that they can guarantee the 6. No ball that this trade comes, but Prime sneaks his way on. Spots responds, he jumps on the Sergeant. He's obliterated.
Shut down in every point, in every possibility, and still a run away. In comes the push though. Minji looking to try to shut down Sergeant, but yeah, Nita is able to bring it all back. Kit will try to maybe get a bit of a dash out of the bushes, but other than that, there's not much else to be done. Lou, hypercharge surely.
They have the damage. No, I don't think they do. No, they do. They just stop it at the tail end, but they get the kills back. It's Hiroshi to try and make a master play, but it's not enough. It will be response with 11 of those gems on the Buster. He's just too sustainable. X9J as well drops the Bruce. With 8 seconds to go, Primey jumps on in, but he's obliterated again. Just 3 in the face of 1. Lou's super is not going to be enough. And Revenant absolutely clean up in the first round of the gem grab.
Indeed they do. Phenomenal turnaround there and good shutdown against Youngblood's roster. Oh, Panda. Map point, series point, championship point as well on top of it all. Revenant X Spark are looking to really put the final nail into the coffin here. And for Youngblood, they need to at least one more round to bring it back to even Steven grounds.
Absolutely, Hiroshi already taking some early damage as Sergeant claims the first gem, but Prime in the wing gets a big damage out onto X9J, jumps on through before he's taken down ultimately by Sergeant. And they will keep trading those gems, but great positioning now off the back of that elimination. Allows Response to work hard. Has the montage. Gems going to be spawning up, and if Sergeant can get this and potentially the next one, they might have been looking in for something. But yeah, they've just stolen some massive openings, some massive priority. They take 2 gems away, which means that even now that spawn is only going to get net them 2. The spawn will be falling over the wayside of Revenant. Super out as well. This is rough. Prime jumps in to try and make a play. Will get the trade out. Hits X9J down, but Bruce is going to be there tanking up the shots from this loot. Hiroshi in the middle does have the super up and avail. That montage is there. Yeah, Vex gets caught. Prime's about to get caught as well. Massive plays out of Response here.
Yeah, interesting to see though that Revenant do not elect to actually try to hunt down Minji as well. It's just a pretty safe play to come on through X9J as well to steal away that one more gem just to keep it contested, and that is a perfect opportunity for that. Lou as well throwing in the super. That is actually a huge opportunity here to finally make that return to form as Youngblood now behind only in 2 gems.
Massive Vex gets caught, shut down. Hiroshi on the back line, but he loses so much HP. Prime forced away by the hypercharged Bruce, the big bear. He's going to be looking to zone out, and they've got the 12. This could be it. Revenant could be taken. The whole darn thing. Lou, Vex trying to work his way in. It's Hiroshi, but with 4 seconds left, they need to take down X9J. They found him, but they haven't got the kill. Revenant, hold on. Deny the comeback from Youngblood, and will be your monthly final victors here on the road to Brawl Cup, bagging themselves a cool 22.50, not to mention those 50 points accruing towards that road to Brawl Cup.
Jay bringing out as well the Bruce onto the camera as well for the tribute here. But yeah, look, a phenomenal turnaround for Revenant, despite the fact that they did get fully challenged there by Youngblood, and I was correct in my statement. Youngblood were the team to try to put the dent in the Revenant's performance. It's unfortunate though that going into the gem grab, things looked rather unfortunate and mistimed there from them. So from there on out, look, they still have to come out of this one with understanding that they are still a very potent team. Southeast Asia is thriving in full, and honestly, for Revenant, well, they now have a whole lot more of the competition up ahead of them.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Response was just pivotal there. I mean, his pick of that Buster really sold that for Revenant in the end. But right now, that's us done and dusted. We've got more Brawl Stars coming along down the line. The open qualifiers for the next monthly final are open and available. So if you're keen, make sure you're signing up. Make sure you're playing through that, and you could be finding yourself in contention for one of these monthly finals to earn your spot to go towards that road to Brawl Cup. But for myself and Cthulhu, we're done. We're dusted. Until next show, until next month. We'll see you then.